stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom. Cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
As we tread the foothills of greatness, the climb ahead is going to be scary. The path is arduous, filled with all sorts of treachery. And trust me when I'm saying this, the journey ahead is going to be even more rocky. As the sun sets on the horizon, the climb, like we discussed, is going to be so bad for all these teams. But a chosen few will only climb ahead and the journey continues. As the festivities go on, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last day of round 1 of the BGIS. And my friend Necro, you've been watching all the games. We've seen what the teams are up to, and so far, how has your experience been?
Experience being absolutely incredible, no doubt. I mean, from 2023 to 2024, the comparison is definitely being a big one because in 2024, one thing is for sure, even the undercards, they've been stepping up massively. You've seen so many new teams rise up to the occasion, right? You've also got Sincere Gaming in the past that we witnessed. That team was making some big waves. Now you've also got WBG yesterday that we witnessed. Even that team was able to make some big waves.
Oh yeah, you've been talking about making those big waves. We started this journey with 1,048 teams, and like I said, only 480 teams will be continuing their march ahead. And so far, yesterday was another amazing day where everyone kind of stepped up. It was all the tier 1 teams and even the undergods really beating it out against each other. But what are they fighting for, Necro? It is the moolah. It's the sweet honey money that we've been talking about. A massive prize pool of 2 crore rupees. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at how it is going to be divided this time around as the prize pool. This is what we've been talking all along because it's about the bragging rights. It's about that 2 crore rupees on the line, and whoever gets to be the victor gets 60 lakhs in their bags.
The champion team, as you mentioned, getting 60 lakhs in their bag, and then the second placing team will be getting 30. The third placing team will be getting 20, and then you move on forward a little bit, and you look at the special prizes, right? The MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000, most finishes getting 1 lakh. You've also got the lone survivor getting 1 lakh, and the player who managed to go on a rampage, even he will be getting 1 lakh rupees in his pockets. In general, there's a lot of money up for grabs, and this can also be a motivating factor, or either you can't say a factor that can add on a lot of pressure. But another thing that has been bringing in a lot of changes inside of the tournament is this new point structure.
The point structure, as we've been discussing, I think that's one of the major things that have changed from the previous BGIS, and it has made things ever so exciting. When for the chicken dinner, you just get 10 points. But what really comes into play is for every finish that you garner, you get 1 point. And yeah, it reduces so on. And this has impacted a lot of these teams that love to go heavy on those fragging departments. I think if we take references, yesterday we saw Team X-Park. After that fall off in the map of Erangel, they climbed really high in Miramar and Sanhok.
And once again, it's out of the round 1 itself. Top 7's the way to go. If you manage to position yourself in the overall standings in the top 7, that's going to be all good in the hood for you. Moving on forward towards the teams or the groups that are going to be playing in here today. Of course, we've got the group 7 in front of us. You've got some of the known teams as well. Metal Esports on the board.
Yep, Metal Esports, but like we've discussed, right, we've got a lot of underdogs, a lot of those pufferfish, everybody trying to survive in the ocean of greatness. And a few teams that I would obviously want to pick up has to be Gods and Gladiators, because that's one of those names that really strikes out for me. Even for defaulters, I think, I don't know what they're really defaulting about, but there's R2V, another name that's quite sexy.
I mean, you can also say For the Glory is quite a good name as well. Even that team can't definitely start to make some big waves. We've also got BOT Esports, once again, returning back from the grind from that group. Now, moving on forward towards Group 8. And inside of this group, we've got quite a lot of known teams. And talking about the known teams, we've got teams like Lifecraft Esports, Alibaba Raiders, a team that was not able to make a lot of waves in the grind. But now they've got another chance in their hands to try and prove something.
You know, for Alibaba Raiders, like we've discussed, ever since the BGIS, they've sort of been sputtering down as well. So this is one of those teams I'm really watching out for. Lifecraft, it has been a complete revamp in the roster. Yeah. We've seen the likes of Pasha, Trigger come out and play in the grind. Yeah, they were decent, but I think Decent just does not make the cut this time around. It's still the round number 1. Should not have a tough time, but I think this is one of those groups that's mostly competitive. In quite contrast to yesterday when we saw the first group, it was kind of dominated by the known names. But whilst we went to Group 6 yesterday, I think it was a whole different story. You talk about so many of those big names yesterday, Necro. It was WBG that really came out and they were popping, Oi Papa G as well. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, the last matches of today, and in fact the round 1, will be played in these couple of maps, and it all begins with Erangel, followed by Miramar and Sanhok, and the circle repeats. So Necro, now again, bringing the conversation back to yesterday's matches, we did see few of the teams that really caught our attention. Who would you name that really impressed you?
I would say TWOB, honestly, because TWOB was one of those teams that was struggling too much. But finally, yesterday, we saw them rise up to the occasion, and this is something we expected from a team like TWOB. They pack a lot of punch. They have so much experience from the past as well. But for some reason, these 4 individuals were not able to perform. And now it feels like slowly and steadily, even they're on that line to start making those waves right inside of the competition when it matters the most. Because as I mentioned, top 7 is the way to go. Another team you can't say that I was really impressed from has to be Silly Esports too, because even Silly Esports was one of those teams that I knew they pack a lot of punch, that are quite aggressive too. And yesterday, they did manage to qualify. So I'm just happy.
So you're kind of playing safe, aren't you? Because, you know, you picked up all the known names in the lobby.
Of
but
course.
You know what? I really liked how Oi Papa G came into play. I loved how WBG got in all that heat. And that final Sanhok game of yesterday, who could forget that?
I mean, WBG is a conversation that we had a while ago, right? And Oi Papa G, of course, this was another one of those teams that astonished us, hands down. So I really want to see that team in the future stages. Of course, they have qualified. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to talk about, but after this short promo. The Ignis X Suit. First spin of the day at only 10 UC. So what are you guys waiting for? Probably everyone has 10 UC lying around in their accounts, right? Move on forward, get that spin done. Maybe if you're lucky enough, you can get your hands on at least some of the parts of that set. But yeah, moving forward with the conversation that we're having about the teams, right? Another team that we need to talk about, that's going to be in the upcoming group. That's going to be in the other group. But still, the Supari gang. I've seen this team in the past in 2023. It's a whole other thing that they were not able to qualify till the later stages. But as I mentioned, there's also been a stark difference, right, between 2023 and 2024, where teams are now just performing even better, and the known teams are getting a reality check.
They certainly are. When you talk about teams like Supari Gang, they've been such an interesting prospect in the previous BGIS. But I really hope they've stuck on to each other, did not make a lot of changes, and this time might pack the punch that is going to threaten everybody in the lobby. And now it is already time. The voice in my head says we are ready to enter into the battlegrounds to make waves. But as we take a quick look at the matchup once again, right, this is what I've been talking about. Medal Esports, they've been the talk of the town, Necro. They've been one of those teams that we have seen in every official, barring the previous few. Because now this is one of those lineups that have stuck onto each other. You could see Kyoya going out, and suddenly he makes a comeback when Top Dog left competitive.
That is true. I mean, Metal Esports in general, this has been one of those teams that is a big question mark in my opinion. All the players that this team consists, they have got the skills, of course, but for some reason, still the performance isn't there. It's the same story as you can say for the side of TWOB, but somewhere down the line, you expect a little bit more from the side of Metal Esports because all these players, they have much more experience compared to the other teams, right? But for some reason, it's just not working out. I really hope, though, this time Metal Esports are going to be hitting on all cylinders.
You know, that is what we would want to expect. And I'm pretty sure, considering how the other T1 teams have performed in round number 1. Surely it should not have a tough time qualifying, as it's all about making the top 7. But then again, there are so many of those underdogs inside the lobby, it kind of gets difficult. You do not know what the opposition is about to do. And considering how Metal Esports have their drop set out, because you talk about Erangel, the drop on the southern island. Imagine somebody bridge camping over them. Everyone has seen Metal come into play. This is where I really feel the other teams could really amp it up. But then again, you know, considering what we have seen so far in terms of cutoff, it has mostly been about 15 to that 21 points radius, right? We have not crossed it so far. But what are your anticipations today? It's the final day. Do you think teams are going to go all out?
So that's one of the weird things, right? Considering we do not really have a lot of known teams inside of this group. So one thing is for sure, there's not going to be that vacuum. So there's a high chance that the cutoff is now going to be even higher. It might just be around 22 or 21, but you still never know. Maybe if Metal Esports, they're still somehow just dominating the lobby. All the 4 players, they just wake up and start making waves when it matters the most. And Metal Esports can definitely create that vacuum. Another team inside of this entire group is going to be BOT Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Even this team is there. They do pack a punch. I've seen their firepower. They do know what to do inside of the fights. It's all about the rotations, man. And that's where a majority of these teams do struggle. It's the repositioning aspect.
You know, for all these teams, like you discussed, BOT Army, we've seen BOT Esports, everybody has had their moments of glory. But eventually, right now, you know, we're going to take it pretty chill because it's still the round 1 and it is the first game that really matters. It sets the tempo. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because it is going to be filled with all sorts of turbulence, all sorts of uncertainties in the lobby as the flight path trajectory all the way from the Sanhok military base heads towards shooting range.
Yeah, I mean, this plane flight path is perfectly balanced in my opinion, right from the smack center. It's just dividing the maps into 2 equal halves. And once again, teams are not going to be having any issues moving towards their drop location. As usual, no Rapnoy is going to be contested by the players of Metal Esports. There's not going to be any issues, but still, I'm just looking forward to those early game action. I want to see those early game collisions, and there's a high chance, considering these teams have never faced off against each other in the past, there's probably going to be that collision.
Oh, there certainly will be. And like you said, right, I could see 2 teams dropping down at the Sanhok military base itself. Seems like XQS, they want to get towards the western side of the southern island. But for Metal, I think, as anticipated, this time, however, they go uncontested. The big question so far in the BGIS has always been the circles, Necro, because this time around, even in round 1, we have seen some ludicrous circles.
We indeed have. And talking about the circle, yesterday itself we saw one of the most crazy circles, right? First Erangel games, we saw that circle forming right on top of the containers. A little bit above, though, of course, it was in the open grounds. But still, you can't say it's one of the most unique circles that you've witnessed. And because of that, these teams are really challenged to the fullest potential to try and adapt at the last moment. And that's where we, of course, saw TWOB take the maximum advantage, just come in and scoop up all the elimination points that were just lying around inside of the containers. But still, that's when the real experience starts to kick in. And that's where these experienced teams can actually do have an advantage.
You know, all that experience with a little bit of luck because, you know, it's kind of uncommon. I feel that you get those container circles. We've seen circles where we anticipate it to be going towards the southern side and then the curveball hits and it goes all the way towards the northern one. But this time, however, it's a little inclined towards the western areas, Katka being the center. But hey, we've seen such iterations. This gets nasty towards the 4th or the 5th zone because there are high possible chances where we might see something happening around the coastlines.
I mean, Metal Esports in front of us, and we've also got the playing 4. It's going to be Encore, you've got Kyoya, you've got Paradox and Sayam. And all the 4 players from the side of Metal Esports, once again, known players inside of the community, hands down. Sayam's been one of the best assaulters inside of the region. Paradox, Hands down, he's also been there in the community. We've also seen Kyoya perform for so many teams in the past. But the transition on forward towards Metal Esports initially was really good in the previous years, but then later on it just started to dwindle down slowly and steadily. So let's just hope that maybe in the future things are going to be a little bit more better.
When you talk about Kyoya per se,
Yeah.
one of those players, I think it was INKR, where he performed exceptionally well for Medal. Then after that, we saw his departure from the roster, joined the likes of Big Brothers, and could not even qualify for the BMPS, as he was struggling for finding rosters again. I think he found home once again with Metal Esports, and fingers crossed that this time they somehow make things work. However, they do not have top dog anymore. Certainly, Kyoya has some big shoes to fill. Asayam, he has been pretty much the best player of the roster, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of that free man role. And ever since you can see Medal, they've been struggling a lot. But this one player has still been firing on all cylinders.
I mean, I'm just surprised that we're not really seeing Dark Lord playing here.
Oh, yeah.
Because even that's another solid player that packs a lot of punch. We've seen that player perform so many times in the past, but yeah, I mean, this time things are a little bit different. Body Sports in front of us, another known teams. I've seen this team all the way back in 2023. But yeah, the transition on forward in 2024, I'm not sure how it's going to be looking like. Fingers crossed, though. Every single team in here in general is going to be coming in with a lot of hopes.
And you know, it feels bad when, yeah, for some the journey continues, and for quite a lot, the journey ends tonight. It's those dreams getting shattered. But, you know, talking about a few of the other players of Metal Esports, like you expressed your concern as of why Dark Lord is not playing, and a lot of viewers might be confusing him with Blind's Dark Lord. Just a little clarification.
Of course.
He used to play for Team Zero, formerly a part of Global Esports, and lately he's also been struggling to find a new home. And Medal, I think they were gracious enough to lend the arms, and yeah, now he's a part of them. And hoping so, if things go well, if things go the Medal way, they might qualify into round number 2, and maybe in the further rounds of BGIS, we do get to see him perform.
And going back to the Global Esports days, right? Dark Lord in that roster was performing monstrously well.
Oh, yeah.
He was getting double digits easily on the board single-handedly for his team. And still that switch-up came through. And still Metal Esports somehow saying that they're not going to let Dark Lord play inside of the playing four. Yeah, I mean, sometimes he did tend to overextend, though.
You know, for Metal Esports, it's very difficult to make it to the playing four. Because Encore, he's been one of those players that has always been a part of the roster. I think Paradox and Encore have stuck along with each other for years. So clearly, it had to be either Siam or Kyoya. He would have had to replace. But you know, for Team Medal, I think things are getting better with every passing day. But like we can take a look at the circle and the center, you can see the players of Devil kind of trying to quickly rotate and capture the sweet spot, the eye of the storm, and ensure that they defend it with all their mights.
I mean, slowly and steadily now, teams once again trying to contest that centric spot. This will be interesting, though, considering we do see two teams quite close to the Pachinki area. I don't think so there's going to be any type of brawl, though. Both the teams won their peaceful way out of that spot. F4E all the way down south towards the Snoka military base. And as I mentioned, in general, inside of this group, there's not a lot of known teams, right? There's a lot of these unknown teams, and there's a chance we might see one of these undergods just start to make some insane waves. Because in every single group, there has been this one single undergod team that is performing exceptionally well.
Yeah, and sometimes the number just increases. The good part is that it keeps on increasing with every passing day. Yesterday also, we were so impressed with so many of the other teams. In fact, if you remember, the final Sanhok matchup that we had, I think it was 4 Turbo, Shelby from the back lines. It was a Mexican standoff, and somehow he still managed to clutch it up. But kudos to WBG as well. They had quite a long journey. And still succeeding, still qualifying. So many of those interesting prospects that we get to witness in round 1. And the action does not get over. Now for R2V Esports, this is again one of these unknown teams, but I really love the names on the players. Rakuro, it's something that is quite unique for us.
It indeed is. And in general, R2V, this name sounds professional, right? And for some reason, just by listening to this name, you've got the expectations as well.
Yeah, especially with me being a little bit of a geek there. Kind of love my animes, and surely an inspiration drawn there. But for now, as we talk about the game, it's all about these teams trying to consolidate themselves inside the circle. Everybody has been anticipating where the circle ends. And clearly from our experience, I think it has a couple of iterations, mostly going towards the western side, because look at that west part. It's completely engulfed in water. So, yeah, Team OC, they've been making those quick rotations and holding on to the shoreline so quickly could set them up for success.
Metal Esports finally on a move too, my friend. A late rotation being taken from the players. And they're actually going to take that bridge too towards Milta. And then try to rotate in all the way from the right lines. Already all the good spots have been taken away, right? The prime positionings acquired. Still, there are a couple of more. But to get to those positions, it's going to be even more tougher. Metal Esports still making sure that they're taking all the precautions before crossing that bridge completely. The next circle shift's going to be in front of us, and the centric part's going to be Quarry. A lot of teams are going to start to position themselves on top of Quarry. I still remember that one single game where Team Zero was actually the one to come out on top in that game. It was a Quarry circle too. But I'm not sure if the same thing is going to be repeating here once again. But Metal Esports, for them, the breaching point's completely cleared up.
Yeah, for Metal Esports, they're not going to have a lot of trouble, right? As long as Godman does not decide to intervene or interject their path. But we've got a couple of teams already trying to hunker down just around those quarry areas. And it's never about staying at the center of quarry. It's always about having that high ground. And D4, they're trying to do exactly the same.
We've got BOT Esports in front of us, and this team is all the way towards Kamishki.
Oh my god.
Way too far away from the circle. Until they get to the circle, all the good spots are going to be taken away around Quarry. So that's when the real problems are going to start to hit the deck. I mean, slowly and steadily, still the players are going for the loot. I don't understand what they're even looking forward to do here. The man's got a double-barrel shotgun in the backpack. And yeah, it's one of those guns I hate a lot because considering you only get 2 bullets or 2 pellets in the magazine, it gets really tough to connect any of the shots. And usually I miss my first shot, so yeah.
Yeah, that is why you're on the desk. And we're just casting the players.
Oh!
Of course, they don't miss the shots. And Spore Strange. Just a couple of bullets shy. One more shot and things could have really opened up. Especially for New Era. And now going up against For the Glory. Ami, that was a narrow escape.
I'm not sure what he was thinking now, moving out in the open like that. He should have expected something like this.
He was unaware.
Yeah. But I mean, once again, this is what we're talking about, right? When we speak of the new teams. They do not really have that experience in playing it's at such big lobbies, right? It is the official tournament. It is one of the biggest tournaments this entire country has ever seen, so. And also the biggest prize pool, too. So the competition will be super tough. And it's also about the bragging rights, winning the official. So yeah, there's going to be so much at the stake. Metal Esports up against a team that was there with them inside of the military island. It's going to be 5-4 Esports. But Metal Esports, I highly doubt they've got any intentions of going for this fight. That's why I see the players just trying to move around, back away from this fight, and try and focus on getting a better positioning inside of the zone. It will be tougher, though, as I mentioned, considering all the good positions have already been taken away.
I think with the team that Metal has, surely should be injecting themselves in some of those fights as Kyoya. Let's lose off a couple of those shots. giving his position away, but I think that was already known. Now Siam, he sets his eyes on Luffy. Clearly misses, but the idea is to explode their vehicles. And for Godsend Gladiators, no, again, they will escape unscathed. But right now for Godman, right beside Devil, everybody trying to find a good spot to hold, some real estate to occupy. But it's just one player. I think it's from Team Excuse, who apparently I don't feel like has joined the lobby, playing 3 men.
Yeah. I mean, Devil, this team is in a really good spot in my opinion. Yeah, they're tilted a little bit to the northern side, but it's completely fine. Looking at the screens for now, for TG. This team is in a really interesting spot. And this was my same question, right? For the Glory. It feels like I've heard this name in the past. I don't exactly recall. I don't remember if I've seen this team in 2023. But if this is the same team that I'm talking about, then this team as well has got the experience. And now hopefully they're back again, once again inside of the competition, with much more of a refined game strategy. But yeah, I mean, looking at the screen, BOT Esports still on that move. And look at the big cluster of teams in the center towards Quarry. Every single team just waiting for the next circle to pop up. And if it's going to be a hard shift, everyone's going to be thrown off guard.
For Power, however, they will be feeling happy about the position for now. A little bit of a spread, and even if the circle shifts away, we'll just let everybody pass. But this is where my complaints with Medal arises. They're taking it quite slow. They should be clobbering everybody down. Should know that getting a couple of finishes early on will really help their endeavors in qualifying. But hey, good news, Necro. BOT Esports, they've almost made it inside the circle.
They have. I mean, rotating all the way from Kamishki towards Quarry.
Yes.
It was a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
If we had a stat for distance traveled, this team would be getting that highest one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at the circle shift. I mentioned this too, Fixes. Devil, they've got the best spot in my opinion. Right in the smack center now. They're like the centric point. All the other teams are going to start to surround this team, but Devil, this team will be in the prime focus now. They will be getting a lot of limelight for themselves. Now it's up to Devil how they're going to be defending that compound. There will be a lot of shots be taken on them.
You know, look at the southern cluster. So many of those teams trying to get inside. But you have that northern axis. At least NB won't be suffering a lot. They would take that northern shift. And for Medal Esports, this is where the trial by fire begins. I think they should be safe, considering they've got a compound in front of them. But no, Medal wants to get a little bit close.
Yeah.
Taking that eastern compound just around Gatka. And should not have any trouble getting there whatsoever.
Now, once again, a little bit of a tip for the newer teams, right? How to not get caught in the rotations. You guys saw how Medal Esports breached inside of the zone. 2 of the players were in the front, 2 of the players were in the back lines. From the playing 4, 1 player's job is to scout out the grounds. But sometimes the scouter can actually be caught. That's why you sent another player to back the scouter up. And then 2 of the players in the back lines also making sure that the backs are going to be cleared as they keep on rotating forward. So, this is like one of the most basic things that I'm trying to explain, but still, these type of little tips do tend to help out the newer teams. Right before now, Medal Esports, compound being contested by one of the teams in the front, and that too, it's going to be BOT Esports, another known team in the lobby. And BOT so far, indeed, they're just getting demolished as Medal Esports, they keep on just conquering the grounds in the front lines. And BOT Esports, both the players that did try to crash on towards the compound, they've already been dealt with.
Yeah, Godsend Gladiators wasn't really a good time for them. Deciding to choose the same spot. And eventually they get picked off as Paradox continues his carnage. As Ninja OP from 5-4 could be next. We did see our Ninja Jot yesterday perform exceptionally well. But what does 5-4 Esports have to put on the table as the circle kind of shifted towards the eastern side like we discussed? And Medal did not have a lot of issues defending their territory.
They indeed did not. Too easy for them, right? I mean, getting the 3 elimination points easily scooped up. But yeah, Gods and Gladiators, as you mentioned, rough luck. For a moment, I thought it was Bot Esports, right? Considering they were also rotating in from that same point. But instead, Bot's still in the back, taking their time.
Still alive.
I'm not sure how to feel about this, because this team is wasting too much time, in my opinion, which they should be a little bit more quicker on the feet. But as long as it's working out for you, that's all that matters. Looking at the fight in front of us, we've got Godman up against the players of Fire 4 Esports. This team started all the way from down south, military base, and now Fire 4 Esports. They've got a decent position. In my opinion, Godman, they should not try to contest this fight. They should just back away and play for the survival, considering both these teams are in a pretty good spot. They are a little bit to the northern side, and if the circle does pan out down south, which is highly likely, and that's when the real problems are going to start to hit the deck, though. But Fire 4 Esports, they need to start accumulating that intel.
I really feel like Fire 4 Esports were quite lucky, because a couple of moments ago we saw that the players of Medal were rattling them down with bullets, and all they needed was a place to hide. And thankfully, this spot was unoccupied. Now imagine if Team Godman would have been present over here. Things could have gone really awry for them.
So it wasn't completely unoccupied. It was just the players of Godman occupying it. Yeah, it was a 2-2 split, right? 2 players in the compound at the back and 2 players in the compound at the front.
Right.
And one of the players got taken down, and that's how they overtook the compound, by just asserting dominance. Looking at the circle. The circle's going to center on up once again. It is tilted down south a little bit, so pretty much now the teams are going to get the rough graph of knowing exactly where the upcoming circles are going to form, which is probably going to be in the open fields. So you're going to see Medal Esports position themselves accordingly.
You know, this is where I really feel the southern hills are going to come into play. Got a little bit of that higher terrain, but for Noobbot, rotating just beside Team Devil. And they could find themselves in a whole world of trouble as Lucifer comes a little ahead, tries to take down a couple of shots. But now look at this, NB directly ramming onto its Knight. And this is where the misery continues for Ocean Carnage. Or shall we say, it just begun.
Oh, the nade's way too close! Oh, I got scared for a moment right there, my friend. I thought the man's going to blow up into smithereens soon enough. But yeah, now finally, you've got the reinforcements kicking in too with the smokes. This team's looking good for now. New putt. Of course, that dip's not going to be that helpful, but considering they have a lot of breathing space, they can still dodge those nades easily. All they need to do is just maintain their cool. I mean, so far in the lobby, we haven't even seen one single team getting completely eliminated. One team has been taken down to that one last man. And considering it is Gods and Gladiators, I mean, yeah, that is a rough start for that team.
It certainly is. For Gods and Gladiators, they did not want that to happen. They were just calmly trying to take over that compound, but little did they know that Medal was over there. As another fight has begun, it is for power, taking on the players of For the Glory, as Ami again struggling. We're trying to get the meds back up. He indeed has done so. But look at them just barging in through the compounds like hyenas. As Warlord, he's got that stun grenade popped up. Surely would want to commit in for the push. And Ami, look at his heartbeat. So
my
high,
God,
but still manages to get one over there. But instantly gets traded off. As 4P, they decide to continue on towards this onslaught as a drop shot coming in there.
What?
And suddenly they fall like dominoes.
There's no way! The man just drop shot at 2 players! He took down the first man with a proper head-on collision, and then he just drop shots and takes down the second one as well. Impressive stuff. Now we transition on forward towards another fight. So many teams duking it out against each other. At the same time, it's R2V, and they easily deal with their opponents without any problems, but then there's another team around them in the name of Defaulters. Yeah. And these 2 teams, I mean, somewhere down line, R2V, of course, they've got the advantage, hands down. But then for DE, they're not looking too good, considering they've only got this one single shack. All it takes is one single nade just being squeezed in that shack. And yeah, both the players are just going to blow up. And I think the Flame is ready with that nade. It's cooking up.
Look at this. Defaulters, they've gotten the revive, but I really feel like they're counting their moments. The moment the smoke dissipates, I think a grenade is going to be flung through the window. And understanding the gravity of situation, Ultra OP decides to take on the fight. Oh my god. Is he going to try a narrow escape? That's going to be quite interesting though, as Ultra OP still has his teammate Scott right beside him. As R2V, they want to piece this together.
DE, oh no, Ultra! Knocked out up close and personal. He wanted to take that buggy, but then he realized the tires are already blown up. He can't get the great escape done. And now he's trying to fall back to safety. R2V, they've got no clue where the last man was, but eventually Flame gets his eyes up on him, and he strikes him down. R2V, this compound's okay for now, but still it's not inside of the zone. So you can't say the problems are still there for them, considering there's so many teams towards the northern side. For R2V to breach inside of the safe zone, it's going to be even tougher. But we've got the players of NB against the players of God. And right now, Godman, NB is just slowly and steadily looking to back away. I like the fact that Godman are just asserting that dominance against the players of NB. But NB too, they need to reply back a little bit more. All it takes is one single well-cooked nade to find the first opening. And considering Arjun is way too in a narrow pathway, to toss that nade in is not going to be that tough.
For Godman, they still have that little bit of a man disadvantage over there. One more player being taken down could certainly help their endeavors of keeping each other alive. But for now, as things dictate, New Era has a really good position, having control over the hills as R2V. They continue their carnage as Ocean Carnage did decide to ram in on them. The trades are definitely there. 2 players, in fact 3 have already been taken down, and it rests on Naruto's nimble shoulders. He's managed to deal with one, but Tempest pushing ahead will be finished off as Ocean Carnage complete a beautiful squad wipe.
The man saves the day for his team. OCT, they prevail on top. Another fight brewing up at the same time. Metal Esports now, this time they're facing off against Bot Esports. And Metal Esports, considering they've got the experience, they've got what it takes, they do pack a punch to Bot Esports slowly and steadily. They're just melting against the players of Metal. And yeah, even the last man's gonna get caught. There's no escape for you, buddy. Metal Esports, 7 elimination points so far garnered. And they're looking really solid. Upcoming circle is there too. And Metal Esports, they're not that far away. The breaching point's quite easy for them. But then it's all about being the mop inside of the map.
Oh, for sure. At least for Metal Esports, they've been taking the wind off the sails of the enemy so far. 7 finishes already done and dusted. And certainly hungry for more. At this point, just scouring through the lands, trying to search for any living bodies, as Potato could next be on the list. As Siam really inching in close. Grenade already on his hands. He's cooking to the point where the Potato gets smashed, as he's got a Molotov of his own.
Now the mop's looking for to clean the floor. The mop of Metal Esports, they do find that man. Nicely done. Utils tossed to perfection. Metal Esports now getting 8 points in total. And the way Metal Esports is also playing, they're making sure the backlines are going to be fully cleared. They have mopped up the floor in the back. So now they can easily move inside of the zone out in the open because they know there's no one in the back to contest them. This is nice. This is brilliant. And considering they've got all the 4 players alive too, they can bring in those splits to get more overall knowledge off the field.
Mopping the floor, cooking those dishes. They're doing it all so far. Just on the periphery of the circle. And Encore seems to have found yet another player. With Ninja OP already down and dusted. 5-4 Esports, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble. As Ocean Carnage land right in front of them, it is going to be Beam. But the sad part is, Encore has got his attention elsewhere. Siam getting picked off from the backlines. Surely needs to provide some assistance as Encore, he's been getting hit as well.
Talk about backlines being cleared. I guess it's not that clear just yet. Considering the other teams, they did try to backstab the players of Metal Esports, but the backstab's not going to be that easy to execute. It is Metal Esports at the end of the day.
Wow.
And within a glimpse, you do see another team as well getting eliminated. NB not inside the game anymore. And all thanks to the players of Godman. And for now, Godman, even this team had a decent positioning, but even they have been eliminated now. 5-4 Esports in front of us. Even this team's out in the open. So many teams are being screwed, and in my opinion, 5-4 Esports is completely screwed because they need to travel so far away.
Aryan just solo wiped an entire squad with just a spray of that DP. Noobot sent back to the depths of hell. And it's been a while that we've seen this gun in action, but Medal, they continue their onslaught, and 5-4 Esports, they've been dealing with the brunt of it. Still having all 4 of their players alive. The mercy of the blue, the next on the line could be the players of Devil. Look at how he just rammed his vehicle. Still did not manage to connect, but this time he's got some assistance from the backlines as Siam will be closing in.
Yeah.
As the numbers keep on falling, as the numbers keep on dwindling, Rambo also gets wiped off, and Medal Esports begin their journey in the BGIS 2024 round number 1 with a solid victory.
Medal Esports, a desperately needed one too. Getting a lot of elimination points on the back of that chicken dinner, and already you can't say it's a great start, because somewhere down the line we know as well this team is already qualified. Even if they do miss out on the upcoming games, it will be all okay. This chicken dinner was quite a massive one. But yeah, now going back to the final few moments, right? Medal Esports, they faced off against BOT Esports too. That was quite an easy fight for them. I like the fact that Medal Esports did not just prioritize moving inside the zone. Instead, they went to the sidelines. They tried to clear out a couple of more teams, making sure that they're not going to be backstabbed. Yeah, but they still there. That's a whole nother story. But still, I like the thinking. I like the thought process.
I think for Medal Esports, it was a long journey from home. They dropped off at Nova Ripnoy. I think the first challenge was against Gods and Gladiators. They managed to tackle that. And then they decided to just clean their backlines, and which they did with finesse. Had no trouble whatsoever. There was not even a single moment where I felt like they were being challenged or there was a threat looming over their heads. Whilst for Devil Esports, I think they made it towards the very last. But you've been talking so much about them. They were one of those teams that did rotate quite early and took over the center. But there were those few moments, especially Godman's Aryan. For a moment when NB, they were all clumped up to one space, and all it took was one magazine of DP to annihilate them all.
Well, I mean, that's something that we all live for, right? Those are the type of moments, because somewhere down the line, that can also be a confidence breaker for the team on the receiving end of things. And it can be a really big deal for the team that is not doing that great, but they still manage to pull off those type of moments, right? At the end of the day, you can't still call it a clutch, considering if he was not able to wipe that team out later on, it would have been a big thorn in the way for his own team. But yeah, still even Godman, we saw getting eliminated later on. 5-4 Esports, the fact that this team was able to survive till that late. Luckily enough for them, the zone was favoring them majority of the times, but then in the end it just moved away completely. And that's when we know, because when 5-4 Esports, as soon as they started to get back up and try and make it inside the zone, Medal Esports, they had a clear line of sight on them, and they started to just mow down the line. So somewhere down the line, we also knew that it is Medal Esports' game as soon as we saw them enter inside of that safe zone.
Yeah, I think from the very beginning, we were kind of sure that, yeah, it should be a medal day, and that is how they have begun their journey, right? You talk about the winning moment. It was all about Medal just being all over the place and absolutely destroying, dismantling their opponents. And the idea was clear towards the end, right? It was just a, it was a 4v4 situation. Suddenly 2 players were taken down, and then Medal decided to kind of draw the attention of the players of Devil, all of them, while they were focused on Encore. Suddenly from the backline, Siam comes up and, like you love to say, mop the floor away. And Medal Esports securing that first victory, easy peasy for them. But it's just not about Medal Esports. 6 other teams along with Medal Esports would be making it into round 2. And there were those couple of moments, especially in that fight for the glory. You could see one of those players just drop shotting somebody inside the compound, and that got very exhilarating as well. Even for the lads of Ocean Carnage, you could see they were doing those third parties and managed to succeed at that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's all about the third parties in these type of moments, right? Circles out in the open. You cannot really go for a head-on-head collision. If you do, then everyone's eyes are instantly going to be locked up on you. So you cannot go for a head-on-head collision. That's going to be out of the way. You need to go for the third parties, and if possible, just try to create a line of sight. Do not even try to go up close and personal. Ocean of Carnage, yes, they were there, but for some reason, their journey wasn't that long enough. Later on, they got eliminated too. But we've got the match MVP in front of us, right? It's going to be Rambo from the side of Devil. Devil was a team that was in the Smack Center. Unfortunately, later on, the circle moved away. But I mentioned this too, right? Now, Devil's going to be getting a lot of that limelight. They will be the focus. They will be the center of attraction. It's up to them how they defend that compound.
Oh, for Team Devil, I think deciding to make those early rotations that did pay off in dividends for them. But when you look at the other players inside the lobby, Aryan 33, he's had to be there, right? 4 finishes just by the virtue of his DP. Then you talk about Siam. He's also been one of those players that has been constantly hitting those shots for medal and has somehow kept their boat afloat. But for Ocean Carnage, Tempest, one of those players to really look out for, especially in that one fight around those Gatka compounds.
Yeah, he saved the day.
Went in and he saved the day for his teammates. And I'm pretty sure Ocean Carnage must have gotten a couple of finishes to their names, I think around 6 to 8, which is still decent, considering that the cutoff so far has been around 15 to 18 points. Encore, I think just doing Encore stuff, nothing really special. But this lobby so far was kind of a slower start to the Erangel. But as the games kept on brewing, things really got heated up towards the end.
I mean, we're going to have the point standings in front of us soon, right? And that's where the icebreaker is going to be revealed to know exactly how many points which team gotten. But yeah, as you mentioned, getting those 45 points in the first game, I would still say that's a decent start considering you're having so much pressure. As a new team, this is going to be the first ever game of you playing inside of the BGIS. And if you do still manage to rack up 5 or 6 points, that's a really good deal in my opinion, because that can also work as a pressure subsider. You can get a lot of confidence from those points. Moving on forward, as I mentioned, the point standings in front of us, 4 elimination points gotten, and Metal Esports already getting 24 points. Even if they do not play the upcoming 2 games, they're good.
I think even for the likes of Team Devil, must be feeling quite settled. So for Ocean Carnage, 5 for Esports, Cotman. For these 3 teams, I think getting a couple of more points in Miramar, let's say around 6 to 7 points as
7
well.
more points.
I think they are also good to go. But for the others, that is where the trouble arises. Hunter Maximus, R2V Sports, Noobbot. A decent start, but I'm certain they could push for more. But when we move ahead to the next page, that is where our concern really rises for Gods and Gladiators. Instant fall off, even for the likes of Bot Esports. And for Defaulters, where were they?
Yeah, I mean, they were just completely unknown. We did see them once, though, on the map. We mentioned about them as well. We did have a conversation. But then later on, Defaulters, they just vanished into thin air. But once again, yeah, comparing the teams on the first half of the board to the second half of the board. Now, you just talk about the room for error, and that's going to be next to none for the teams on the latter half of the board. For the first half of the board, you can't still say that they can't drop one map and then expect a good performance. But for the teams on the latter half of the board, they need decent performances in both the games. Unless... even if they do miss out on Miramar and then in the Sanhok they get a chicken dinner, then that's a whole other story. But still, it's too much to expect, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Miramar. This is one of those games, like you said, right? They need to perform. Because the moment you head into Sanhok, we all know, folks, what we witnessed yesterday. The first Sanhok, Ninja and the boys from X-Park taking the plunge of death from above. The second one went down to the wire. It's so it's kind of full of uncertainty and anything could potentially happen. But this time, the Erangel game was a little too slow. Teams took their time. Nothing really out of the ordinary. But you know what is really out of the ordinary is the new X-Suit that we have for you by Crafton. So let's take a quick look at that.
I've been mentioning this since the grind. That X-Suit looks amazing, but for some reason I'm just not able to get my hands onto it, man. I mean, I've spent so much UC at this point, and somehow Sparrow and Maisie, they did their first ever spin and they instantly got the backpacks and the helmet.
You know what? We're just going to be happy with the Royal Pass that we both have.
So
that's, I think, is best suited for us. But you certainly can try your luck. 10 UC does not hurt your pocket also. And who knows? You might be lucky as our comrades on the other side. But it's time for the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, as the second game is about to begin. Same teams, but let's see who makes waves.
Exactly. Same teams as you mentioned. Once again, another chance will be given to them. In general, they're having 2 more chances left over on the map of Miramar and on the map of Sanhok. And with that also being said, we also do have a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk itself. Johnny, my man, will be joining alongside with me. He did see the first game itself, and we did see how Metal Esports played, how they were just mopping up the floor in the back lines too, making sure the backs are going to be cleared, in the front lines too, making sure all the other teams are going to be having a tough time to sustain the spot they've gotten. Johnny, what were your thoughts about the previous game, man?
I mean, it was quite simple. Even at the start of the game, even before we began our day, the conversations about this group were always going to revolve around Medal. We knew that. And in fact, when we started talking about them, even you and Fixus, both of you guys, I mean, the discussions were that what will Medal be able to pull off? Because again, with this particular team, we have seen them for a while, and of course the players have a lot of experience, but this time around, this BGIS, it is very important for Medal to prove that they are still a part of that Tier 1 circuit, because I mean, for the last few months, let's be honest, the performances that we have been wanting from this team weren't really there.
It was missing out, hands down, and they've also went through a little bit of tweaks and changes. Dark Lord not playing inside of the playing floor.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, they have an extra option, right? That's the thing. It's a wild card that you can bring on anytime you need it inside of the matches in a particular lobby, or maybe during the later stages they can try them out. I mean, right now you just have 3 matches, so no experiments, but when you move on to round 2, there is a possibility you have more matches over there, maybe in round 2 or maybe in round 3 in a few games. They can test it out.
That is true. I mean, Dark Lord is one of those players that has been one of the best players for GE in the past.
Yeah.
And then later on, as the switch-ups came through, of course, now GE is also looking quite refined. But in general, Dark Lord has been one of those young guns that packs a lot of punch and might just be the upcoming superstar as well. I want to see that player on the screen once again, but maybe Metal Esports in the upcoming rounds, it's like a wild card. They want to keep on the books, and when it matters the most, that's when they pull out that wild card.
When you have room for error, right now you don't have any room for error. Just 3 matches to qualify. Of course, the first one was a big game. They did secure the chicken dinner, and it almost, or in fact, it does help them secure that spot in round 2 already. So you never know. Maybe in the next game they can try him out. There is a possibility right now as well.
They definitely can. I mean, as you mentioned, in the upcoming games, they definitely can try him out. I mean, Dark Lord is one of the good players. I wouldn't even say that when there's no room for error, you can't try him out, but I would still say Dark Lord is a man who can single-handedly get double digits on the board. We've seen that happen in so many third-party tournaments that we witnessed. Also in the official, Dark Lord has always been that talent that just keeps me longing for more. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Miramar is going to be in front of us. That's the plane flat pad starts all the way from Campo Militar towards the southern side, which is going to be Pertrona.
Yeah, and this is again a diagonal flight path across the entire map from the northeastern edge towards, well, quite close to the southwestern edge, if you will. But all the priority drop locations are available to the entire lobby. I think the only place that might give some trouble to a few of these teams is that El Pozo hot drop. And we have seen El Pozo utilized quite a lot these days, specifically for these Miramars and newer teams going towards that northwestern quadrant of the map, because it has a lot of backup options available as well. I mean, you think about the northwestern quadrant. If you aren't able to take El Pozo, Crater Fields is available. If you feel like there's too much early pressure because of a lot of bodies present, Trailer Park and Ruins are always there.
They indeed are. But you know, Johnny, I noticed one thing about you today.
What?
And that's your hairstyle. What's going on with that, man?
Oh, I did not have time to make my head.
Oh.
Well, if I'm being honest, I did not want to make my head today.
You just like go with the flow?
Yeah, I mean, I've been having trouble with my hair recently, so I was like,
Since you shortened them up a little bit.
I'm going to keep it a bit casual, just like the teams, the 4 different teams that I've just chosen to drop towards Torre, Muda, Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca.
Yeah, and Cruz del Valle, that's looking a little bit weird. A lot of teams in that spot. And if we do see a collision, it's going to be one of the most off-drop collisions.
Yeah.
So I would love to see that, how the playing field might just look like for the teams, how the adjustments will be there. And considering it is BOT Esports, it is one of those teams that is a little bit known, you can't say. They can definitely try and make it work.
They definitely can. I mean, the firepower is there, but in the previous game just got annihilated in a matter of seconds. Just an off-fight mid-rotation for them. Weren't really able to survive. And, of course, Godman also pressed towards the
oh my god, the circle!
Yeah, the circle taking us towards the southwestern quadrant of the map right now. And I think in this situation, the players from the side of Noobbot are going to be the happiest. Complete control of that Chumasera area, and there's no one there to challenge them early.
And that's also the smack center.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got XD chasing down one of the teams in the front. Interesting stuff. Team Devil, the man's all by himself, and he's also getting pushed on with a shotgun. He's trying his best to stay alive, but he's got nowhere to go.
What was he trying to do? Jump scare him? Give him a heart attack over there?
I mean, he knew it was pretty much done. He was just trying to hide, but unfortunately, the man did not even had nowhere to go. He was... Yeah, I just feel bad for him. I just really feel bad for him. And the same thing can also be said for this one last man, or not the last man, I would say one single man hiding inside of the house. But instead, Uppy is the clever one.
He's quite clever indeed. That was a 200 IQ play right there. Gets a free frag and, of course, brings the numbers in the favor of his team. Now, look at the radar, though. He has bought himself enough time for his teammates to close in, and plus they can catch one of the players from Fire 4 Esports off guard. They can isolate that fight. So Abhi just has to handle this 1v2, and he does not even need to take the fight. He needs to waste time.
I mean, at this point in time, Abhi knows that he's actually done some insane damage against the foes, right?
Sure.
So even the opponents are going to be thinking twice before making that push, and in that too, it's Fire 4 Esports. In the previous game, Fire 4 was not one of those teams that wanted to go for early contentions. But Uppy this time is getting pushed on. Oh, once again, he just stays on that window frame!
Oh my
and he
goodness.
surprises one of the players! Uppy, there's no way! And the second man in the front, he misses a lot of shots, but eventually he connects when it matters the most. Uppy on the verge of pulling off a 1v4, Johnny. You think he can do so?
I don't think so. The last player is too far away from him for him to actually secure that fourth finish, so I think one of his teammates might actually get it. But that 1v3 as well. Brilliant moves, brilliant movement, 200 IQ plays. That showcases the level of composure this man can maintain in the heat of the moment. When you have three players pushing towards you, the clarity of thought he had to realize, all right, I can stay on the ledge. They're going to think I ran upstairs and I'm going to be camping on the stairs. That is what the opposition is going to think, because that is the most normal or the most viable play that players usually go for. But no, this time around, an off play, sits on the ledge and waits for them. Completely catches them off guard and gets those frags.
Just peeks out from that window frame from the outskirts and just surprises the man. I mean, what a way to convert things into favor, right? Impressive.
Yeah.
The repositioning is immaculate. And one thing is for sure, now I'm being impressed by that team even more. I'm probably going to start a fanboy about BOT Esports, but yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why I said BOT Esports is one of those teams that is known. We have seen this team in the past, and now that they're returning back once again in 2024, BOT Esports, they're probably returning in with a lot of the promises.
Yeah. I mean, small little moments like that give us a lot of hope for this team.
Not just us, even the players themselves
Players
are probably
get
getting
motivated
hope.
when you see one of your players perform miracles in a 1v3.
It's just about that competitive spirit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this replay.
This was brutal, but this was impressive.
It was.
Not just the first frag, but the other two that followed it up. Here's the second. And I like the idea of Fire 4 Esports as well. They realize, like, all right, Abhi is running circles around us, so we might as well take the fight head on. But what they did not realize was the fact that while Abhi was wasting their time and while he had secured those two advantages for his team, bringing the numbers down to a 4v2, his teammates had closed in as well. And also, by the way, a little bit of a misstep from Bot X Esports. They have let Tenzin from Fire 4 escape. I don't know how, because they had him surrounded pretty much, but still Tenzin gets away. He's still alive. We still have 16 teams in the lobby.
Yes. Maybe you can't say it's a mercy.
Why? Why do you want to showcase?
I'm just
mercy
messing
to the
around. I'm
opposition?
just messing around. It's not mercy.
It is war, Necro.
They probably just didn't care about that elimination point at that point in time, because BOT Esports knows even for them, the room for error is not that much. So there's a chance the one last man can also pull off a 1v3 just like their own man did, right? So being too hungry sometimes is not the way to go. Or being too greedy sometimes is not the way to go.
Well, talk about greed and metal. They show up. Siam kicking things off. The opening against the players of 4. The glory has been found, but does glory await the opposing side? That's the question I think Metal is asking themselves. Do we let them win? Do we take it easy on them? I don't think so. Siam, he's going for the charge alone. His teammates, they are rotating with the vehicle. The slam is going to be towards the compound, towards the factory, towards the left-hand side, but the players for the glory are split.
Oh, Kyoya in the outskirts. Spotted. A lot of sound cues given away too, and Kyoya somewhere down line. He's trying to attract that attention from the opponents. But I'm not sure if he's managed to gather that, though. From the top as well, it's just raining down hellfire. But this time, it's going to be against the players of Metal Esports, because for TG, even the positioning from them's looking quite nice, as they do get one of the confirmations instantly. And now the man advantage swings back in the hands of 4TG. So they've got a lot of room for error now in this fight.
Ooh.
And some are down line slowly and steadily. The players of Metal Esports are dropping dead. This is not a good news. Now it's all down to Paradox at the top. It's Encore 2, drops down. What is going on? 4TG! This is quite a nice funnel of players, slowly and steadily just dropping down the players of Metal Esports one by one. Good spots.
Definitely amazing from For the Glory. And again, a misstep from Metal. Did not realize the 2-2 split in play for the Glory, and they just ran in towards the trap. Focused in on that left building. Paradox all alone, running up the hill. Should be able to secure at least one frag from this fiasco, but oh! So many shots whiffed, can't even secure a knock. Just play for survival from here on out. I think that should be the only option in the call being made. And considering they are inside the circle, I don't think there's any incentive to force anything for the side of Metal. They have points from the previous game that will keep them in play in terms of qualification. And in this game as well, I think 2 or 3 points should be good enough for Metal. Just for Metal alone. Everyone else needs a few more.
Listen, I'm going to switch up the conversation a little bit. But Johnny, I think so. This is the same For the Glory that we've seen in 2023.
Oh.
I think so it is. Because I clearly remember seeing a team For the Glory. And I think so it's the same one.
Well, you have better memory than me, my friend.
Not really, trust me when I say this. But, yeah, I mean, I've been remembering a lot of these teams, right? It's because the gameplay, some of the teams played exceptionally well. Some of the teams were just not able to play at all. So even those type of things do keep an impact on you.
So which teams do you remember now? The teams that played very well or the teams that just bombed?
I remember both of them, right? Because if a team just completely bombs, even that's something that you just cannot forget. And if a team plays exceptionally well, of course that's going to be like the priority in your memory.
Yeah.
But enough talks about something else. Focusing back on the game. The players of Godman at the top are taking shots against the foes in the front, but yeah, no stop for now.
No stop for now, no damage dish out. Alright, finally a few shots connect, but distance a little bit too much between Godman and the players of 4 Power. They have to see there's another squad up front towards La Cobriera, so too much commotion, a mid-rotation fight can result in both these teams getting caught off guard. It's still the early zone, so it's quite easy for teams and players to tank the damage of the blue. In the meanwhile, Gods and Gladiators now under fire from Noobbot. Both the hills looking to contest, both the teams in fact looking to contest the same hill.
And B, the previous game, this team had a little bit of a trench to play around with. But one downside I noticed about Team Noobbot was that they were not the one to assert the dominance. Instead, they were letting the players of the opponents assert their dominance on top of them. And you saw the players of Noobbot just falling back slowly and steadily. So you can't say that's a little bit of a lack of confidence. Before now, looking at the circle, Johnny, NB might just be in a really promising position.
Yeah, they can be. I mean, taking control of Minas del Valle early can pay a big advantage to this team, can be a big play. But only if we have one of those southwestern shoreline circles, as of now, close to the highway or Valle del Mar. Otherwise, if it moves back to Chumacera, then NB is in trouble. There's no escape. Climbing down that hill from the northern side is completely exposed.
Another thing that I just noticed was F4E, once again, all the way towards Campo Militar. Last time they were in Sanhok military base, and even they took the late game rotation. This time they're inside of Campo Militar. I guess they've got some sort of, how do you say, affection with the military bases?
I guess so. I mean, in this game, they don't really have an option, right? I mean, lost 3 players early in the game. It just ends in last man surviving, and I'm pretty sure he's just looking for those first aids. 4 found, 1 med kit on him. 5 energy drinks, no painkillers. Healing utility will be of the utmost importance to this player.
Yeah, Tenzin on a move. Finally.
Long way to go for the safe zone.
Hopefully he's got enough fuel in the buggy too. I mean, he's probably going to be carrying some gas cans with him. But yeah, for Tenzin, the survival's going to get even tougher. And you talk about the room for error? Of course, it's an extra nut. They've already lost out on their first lifeline that was given to them. And now moving on forward towards the second one, which is right now. They've already messed it up massively.
I love this play from XQS. Excuse ESPORTS, as the full name is. They're hiding under the new Partona bridge, by the way. This is not the Mina Stealth Sword bridge that we usually see the teams take cover under, but this is a new location that's been added in this map of Miramar, and Excuse ESPORTS, well, they give no excuses in making use of this.
And you love to see the new terrains being utilized too, right?
Yes.
That's why I've been saying so many times that I want to see that Portona being used. I mean, we did see once or twice in the past, but...
Not for fights, though. It was just for the early drop.
Yeah, just the early drop. And honestly speaking, the loot over there is not bad. It's really good.
That is true.
And considering in these lobbies, it's also cranked up a little bit, so...
Ashu. He's in trouble now. Portex. They're chasing him down. He does not have HP to work with. Godman, I think they're going to be meeting God soon.
But taking some return fire upon themselves. This fight's all the way towards the northern side, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Outside of the zone, towards El Pozo and Crater Fields. This fight's quite awkward. The man's already pushed up close and personal, and I'm not sure what Sharingan is doing. He had the util in his hands, but he was just holding it in his hands for too long, to the point where the opponent pushed up close and personal and took him down. And now Bod, they've got the last 2 remaining players in the back lines. I'm not sure what this team is looking forward to do, but one thing is for sure so far, whatever measures they have taken, it's been a complete blunder. The second man drops dead too. And yeah, Godman, one thing is for sure, this team has got the control over this entire terrain. The players of BOT Esports are not able to stand a chance. And slowly and steadily, the players of Godman, they're just pushing up even more, asserting their dominance, and just instilling terror in the opponent's mindset.
Finally, the hunt is on. They have secured 2 frags from this fight. They're looking for one more as Dino tries to run away. Gets knocked out by Anshu. There's the third. But there's one man from the side of BOT Esports who's still alive, and he's the same guy who was able to secure that 3K to kick things off in this matchup. Abhi, we haven't seen him be a part of this fight. There he is in the distance. I think an early call from BOT Esports as soon as they saw 2 players from their side fall. Abhi was told to rotate out, play for safety, just play for the circle.
And the circle has shifted up north towards Chumacera. It's just played a massive prank on all the teams, making it look like it's going to shift down south, considering we did see those southern shift twice. And now it's shifted up north. Joke's being played on a lot of these teams, and Chumacera now is going to be the hot spot. Everyone's going to try to contest those higher grounds that Chumacera has to offer, so that's where we're probably going to be seeing a lot of that chaos erupt. And you can see a massive wave of vehicles just moving inside of the zone too. Before BOT, man, this team, I mean, Abhi was the one to get that 1v3, right, initially, and then later on his teammates just get completely dissolved into thin air. Before now, we've got R2V facing off against the players of DE. It's not that good of a fight, considering one of the man's already blown up. Rakuro not inside of the game anymore. And R2V Naruto looking forward to just hit back even more. But considering his teammates taken down, someone down line R2V, there's a chance they might just start to doubt themselves, and it's an uphill battle too for the players of R2V.
It is, plus they have to get that revive in as well, which is completed, by the way. So now the fight has been evened out, but in the backlines we see the players of For the Glory, or in fact, they are starting to cross over. I wonder if they want to be a part of this action. They should be able to hear the commotion in the distance, but seems like they just keep going along their merry way. And R2V against the players of Demonic 4 Esports. Yathini has gone for a flank, and he will have cover to wrap around those ridges as well, but how do they utilize that position? That is a big question. R2V, they're taking a massive hit upon themselves, all the players losing HP in tandem.
R2V, at least they've got the recovery though, right? 4 players back up on the feet once again. I mean, Rakura was knocked out, but then once again he gets knocked out. Overextension coming through, but this time Shadow is also going to be wrapped up in a package. 2 players knocked out. Now it's all down to Naruto and Flame, and they're trying their best to sustain the ground. But the man in the front lines is doing too much damage. Eventually, Naruto finds the connection, but then he's also getting shot at from the sidelines. Scott's able to find the return knock, and now it's all down to Flame. Does Flame really want to go for this contention? That's my question. If he wants, he can back away, because they're probably going to get overwhelmed by the opponents. And Flame's actually backed away already. So DE, a great way to execute that fight. That too against R2V.
Yeah. I mean, a brilliant way, in fact, because they set it up before actually engaging in the fight. Yathan was sent to the backlines first before they tried to force a fight against the players of R2V. And in fact, it was R2V who went charging uphill with Rakura and Shadow trying to engage, looking for knocks. They just ran inside that smoke and, well, basically had to answer a lot of interesting questions that were being asked by the players of DE, especially with those shotguns in their hands. Flame, not a lot he can do. It's a 1v4 against the players of For the Glory. The question is, does he get run over or shot in the face?
AKM for the close quarter. He hasn't been ran over so far, but Flame's also getting shot at from somewhere else. Flame, the man's pinned down. He's getting third party too before TG. To get the final connection in the end, it's going to be Cross to claim that point. But even Ami's knocked out.
Oh.
Not that good of a position. As I mentioned, the third party now is starting to look way too dicey for TG. They did extend to get that one single elimination point, but while doing so, they've also dropped down on one of their own players. So Ami, I'm not sure if this man's going to be recoverable or not.
I don't think so. Not enough cover behind the buggy there.
I mean, Johnny, we had a conversation about NB, new bots, right? Having a promising position, and look at the zone right now. NB is in the smack center, and that spread's given them so much control of the playing area.
It has, and I think that is what they're trying to retain as well. If they can deny access to this hill to 4TG, to the players of GDT as well, Gods and Gladiators, NB should have a pretty fun time, at least for the next 4 to 5 minutes inside this matchup. But whoa, what is happening over here? We have 4 Power with a massive uphill advantage, and they are taking a fight against the players of Team Devil. But this time, it seems like the Devils are the one who are being pinned down. King knocked out, 2 players hiding just on the other side of the hill. Rambo along with Dexter. They can't really go anywhere else, because they have to move in this direction. They have to move towards 4 Power if they want to get to safety. And 4 Power, they're using this position against them. This is such a brilliant play. Minimal effort, maximum result. You get 3 points for free. And the 4th one has just presented itself.
There we go, 4 Power. Easy 2 points scooped up. Another man spotted in the front. I'm not sure what that team's trying to do, but the players are out in the open, out in the blue too. The blue's doing constant damage. Even the bullets from Starboy is doing a lot of damage. And yeah, eventually the players do eject out of the vehicle. I mean, one of the mans managed to escape away, but I'm not sure for how long he can keep on tanking that damage, considering he was in quite a critical condition. And yeah, Forsaken, excuse. He will start to patch himself soon enough. He's also got that bus to play with, Johnny. Not a big fan of that vehicle, especially in the terrains of Miramar. But looking at this circumstance that occurring in front of us, I mean, Bot, or GOT actually, up against a team which is going to be New Era. And the players of New Era, the stance that they have in the fight, not a big fan of that.
This time they can do things a little bit differently, I guess. Change their own fate. They have been able to buy themselves enough time to regroup and fight the players from Gods and Gladiators together, but 4 Power, it seems like they are the ones who are showcasing their power in this lobby right now. Look at the finish speed. We constantly see them in action. Although I wonder how long this team will last. They have taken a massive hit. It's just Warlord who is left. One last man left standing. He can secure a few extra points. There are a lot of knocked players around him, especially Toxic. I think that should be the first one he should go for.
Gods and Gladiators towards the bottom right.
Oh no, excuse.
Yeah, I mean, the last man. This is something we saw coming, right? Though he was too low in a critical condition. We also see the next circle popping up as the stage 5 hits. And still the players of New Bot, they're in a decent spot because they can still play from the edges. And it is easily accessible too. But looking at the screens for now, it's the players of 4 Power. Once again, they're quite hungry for these points. And they keep on pushing up, and the spam's looking perfect too, as they find one of the elimination point through the spam. But yeah, I mean, the elimination point, the confirmation didn't really come through, but the opponents eventually, they do get the things back into control.
And that looks like a brilliant nade. It's going to be quite close to the opposing side, but no, overshoots a bit. Thunder still survives. And by the way, it was Toxic, the man who got the finish on Warlord. It's the same guy Warlord let live just a few moments ago, but now Hunter Maximus. Again, they have to go for a reset with Toxic knocked out, Thunder extremely low. Ooh, so lucky, just barely avoids the damage from the nade. Toxic, although, gets finished off. Fight brought down to a 2v2, but look in the distance, we still have Tenzin, who has somehow managed to survive all this time after losing 3 players within the first few minutes of the game beginning. And he has found his way inside the zone as well.
Look at D4.
Oh, he's getting finished off now.
Yeah. Demonic 4 tossing the utilities inside of the shack. Oh, it was looking like a perfect place too.
It's a very small window, very difficult to get it.
It's getting way too close though every single time, right?
Tenzin just runs away before the nade goes in.
He's already ran away. And D4, at least they get their hands on the shack, so I would say it's still a good news. M24 and that far away with the 4X. I'm not sure, my friend, if it's going to work out. The stability issues will be there on that weapon. But yeah, Mini 14 being utilized as well with an 8X scope and nice taps. We're seeing something new from this team, Johnny. Yeah,
definitely new and impressive as well. It's been a while since we have seen this Mini 14 in action, and finally, Vanos, amazing play. 6 eliminations secured by Demonic 4, but how far can they take this? They have a decent position to work with as well. That slope completely isolated, and it's all theirs. The only problem is that the zone is out into the open towards the lower ground. And crossing over from that hill, coming downhill, it is going to be a big challenge. They have attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding teams. And of course, by the time Stage 5 reaches halfway, we are down to 7 teams, 17 players already. This game of Miramar just picked up the pace out of nowhere.
D4 still from the top, just raining down death and destruction. Not inside the zone yet, though. Even they need to move in the safe zone, and as soon as they start to march in towards that safe zone, there's a chance they can also be put out of their comfort zone. Wizard, I mean, the man's been doing a decent amount of damage considering he's looking down on the open field in the front, and there's 3 teams in total. Well, counting 4th one as well, which is going to be Newpot, but they're a little bit far away. So for now, they do not really need to worry about that, man. Look at Metal Esports' Paradox, this lone survivor. All the 4 players a while ago got eliminated, and now it's all down to Paradox. And Paradox knows one thing, is that just try and keep his position anonymous.
Yeah.
Now tossing out the smokes, he's going to try to create a smoke trail to try and move inside the zone slowly and steadily, so the repositioning is going to be off the essence for that man. But D4, the sideline's not that clear. It's the players of OCT right next to him, which is going to be Ocean Carnage.
Everyone looking for that circle entry. Final few plays to be made for the chicken dinner. Now, Tenzin in the backlines gets spotted out, and Dope from the side of D4 ends up securing that finish. So, finally, exit handed out. Tenzin, his job is done, but Gods and Gladiators. Luffy is also the sole survivor for his team and takes a nade to the face. Gets finished off. D4, they are looking phenomenal in this matchup. 11 eliminations accumulated as of now, and we're down to 4 teams, 13 players alive. But as soon as we praise them, Dope is going to be the first man to fall from the side of Demonic 4. And now they face too much pressure from the side of Ocean Carnage, who have a high ground advantage to work with for the next few moments, but they don't have the circle.
It is Ocean Carnage's game to lose. And Tempest from the top, he was there doing the damage. Ocean Carnage, of course, they've got the overview. It's like the drone view they've gotten in their hands. So they've got the exact knowing on exactly where the opponents are. And D-Force, they were taken down with a 3-man squad, but now they're taken down with a 2-man squad, considering one more player's been knocked out, and Wizard as well falls down. Now it's all down to Vandus. Can he do anything, though? He's getting pushed on by the players in the front. Noobot, and yeah, eventually Noobot, they will get the final nail in the coffin. Now it's going to be only the final 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Noobot against the players of Ocean Carnage.
The last 4v4 and make that a 4v3. First knock secured by Ocean Carnage. They have a man advantage to work with at this point, and of course, Prajwal extremely low. He has to heal up quickly if he wants to join his teammates in the fight, although we see that HP coming up quite slowly. So probably has boosters going instead of using the first aid or bandages. Tempest, though, good flank to work with. Knows where the players are. Waits
Amazing.
for the peek. Spray lined up. Secures the opening knock. And now is when the real push will happen. Noobot, there is not a lot they can do about this. They're trying their level best to take the fight. And Prajwal has made sure 2 of the players flanking are going to be dropped low. But with the blue zone closing in, Noobot, I think it is time to meet the makers. It is time to face the demons that are there in front of them. One after the other, players falling. Last man left standing, and he is in the blue, looking to deny the finish point. Does he succeed in doing so? I don't think so. The result remains unchanged. It is the wave from Ocean Carnage that sweeps the opposing side in this matchup, and they win and secure this chicken dinner of Miramar.
Ocean Carnage, a complete new team inside of this entire playing squad that we've gotten, or the playing group.
Yeah.
And they just outshine a lot of the known teams. Metal Esports, unfortunately, they took some early blows, but still, Noobot, they had such a great position. They took down another team that was right next to them. But Ocean Carnage, considering they realized they had the high ground to play with, they had all the stars aligned. But still, you cannot take one more thing away from Noobot, and that is that they did manage to rack up a decent amount of elimination points.
Yeah, Noobot did rack up eliminations, but I think it was also all thanks to the pressure Ocean Carnage was putting on Demonic 4.
Yeah.
Because that allowed Noobot to
4.
actually move in and finish off the players from Demonic 4. But Demonic 4, they were definitely quite demonic. I think 11 or 12 eliminations racked up, and they were constantly fighting. But along with these top 3 teams, I think a huge round of applause for Tenzin. Lost his entire team early. He was all the way towards the northeastern edge of the map in Campo Militar, and yet finds his way to break into the top 6, the top 7.
Wow, I mean, that's impressive, right? Still getting at least some of the points secured up inside of the point standings for his team, right? Yeah, some points. Even those points at this point in time might just count a lot.
I think he outlasted the team that they were fighting against in the early stages. So, yeah, it works out, right?
Yeah, I mean, still now, in the upcoming game of Sanhok, the pressure is going to be too much.
Yeah,
the room for error is going to be next for none, because they would need a chicken dinner to get anything done. And look at this winner chicken dinner moment. I mean, Ocean Carnage, of course, in the end, they were just spreading carnage all across the field, considering they had all the control to play with. I like the fact that they also pushed up in the front. 3 players were in the front lines. One man was all the way in the back lines at the high ground, so he had the overview, and he was also giving the constant ping to his teammates on exactly where the enemies are repositioning.
Along with that, I think Noobot could not do a lot in this fight, considering we saw them pinned behind that ridge, and there was constant suppressing fire from the players of Ocean Carnage. And I believe with what we saw in this Winner Chicken Dinner recap, no utility on Noobot. We did not see any smokes laid out. I think they just committed everything thinking, alright, Demonic 4 will be the team for us to beat. None of them, neither Demonic 4, neither Noobot, put in consideration that, yeah, maybe the team sitting at the top will take the chicken dinner.
I mean, in general, with also how Demonic 4 played, I would say that team is going to be crossing that safe barrier now. They should be there in the top 7 easily, right? Talking about Ocean Carnage 2, this is another solid chicken dinner from them. Not another exactly, but yeah, this is another good game from them, so you can't say even they're probably going to be much more in the safer grounds. For Metal Esports, of course, we all knew Metal Esports is going to be qualifying to the round 2. There's no doubts about that.
They're chilling.
They're pretty much chilling. They're one of the known teams, and we know what they can pull off inside the grounds. But now the question remains, can Bot Esports do the same thing? Because they have been struggling. Abhi did a 1v3 initially, but then later on, the follow-up from the teammates wasn't there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think it was Godsend Gladiators that they were fighting. But I think we'll figure it out during the recap. Abhi wasn't even there in the fight and they engaged. it was a 3v4 against the opposing side. I think they got distracted by the fact that maybe the players from the opposing team are split up too much because they had a wide split going amongst themselves, but it did not work out. But I think it is time for us to move forward and find out who is the MVP of this game of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And well, the answer will be revealed right now. It is Vanos from Demonic 4 Esports.
Of course, Vanos. This man was there firing on all the cylinders. He was the one to actually push up, get the sightlines on the opponents, and just go for the long-range sprays. I did not really see him go up close and personal, but he was there always wanting to take the shots and fights against the foes, right? Now, we've got the top performers of the other teams in front of us, and we're going to have Vanos, of course, with 6 finishes. Then we're also going to have Mental with 4 finishes wrapped up, Monu with 3. Then we're going to have another player from the side of DE who has managed to get 3 elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, an impressive performance, and all from new players, new faces we are witnessing for the first time. And it is just incredible to see how much they have been able to adapt in just one game. Aggression has been brought right when it was needed towards the late game stages. Demonic 4, of course, quite happy with the performance from these 2 individuals. And NB as well. I think NB, as we are talking about them and as we spoke, there was not a lot they could do. I think they tried their level best, and they are definitely going to be quite happy with the second place finish and of course the few extra eliminations they were able to gather in those final few moments. But with Sanhok, I think if they can finish in the top 3 with 4 to 5 elimination, they make it to round 2. But talking about points, I think let's have a look at the standings.
Exactly. The stand is going to be in front of us, and this is also going to be a big icebreaker. D4 Esports, considering they got the most amount of elimination points, they will be at the top with 16 points, but then Ocean Carnage with 14. Once again, the room for error is going to be quite low for these teams, considering it is going to be the last game, and we know the cutoff is usually around 15 to 21 points. It's between there, or it's either above 21. So, I mean, still to be on the safer side, I would say you need 21 points.
Can we say the cutoff is between 12 to 21, because we also did see 12 once, I guess?
It was way too in the initial stage, so you can't say that 12 now might just not be the benchmark anymore, because the teams have realized. Yeah, teams have stepped up. They have realized on how exactly the other teams are going to be playing inside of the grind or inside of the entire main event, right, in the round 1 itself. So, in general, it's all about being able to adapt from the past and replicate the things in the future in a much more of a better manner.
Very true. And I think we missed out on the fact that Defaulter was also doing quite well. 8 elimination points secured in this game. So they have put in the work in Miramar. Now we just have to see what happens to them on Sanhok. But as we move on to the next page of the ranking, Fire 4 Esports, definitely not a performance they were hoping for. Godman as well, just 3 points secured. BotX Esports, 3 points secured, all by just one man. It was Abhi who was able to secure those points in the very first fight the team was involved in. Excuse Esports, I think, running out of excuses now. Just one game to go, and they have to do whatever it takes in that last match. And of course, R2V. R2V was an interesting team to look out for after Erangel, but I guess this Miramar just did not work out.
That is true. R2V, I had a lot of hopes from them. And of course, Fixes too had a lot of hope from them, considering he is one of the anime fans. So he was looking forward for this team. But unfortunately, R2V wasn't able to perform too. Now, looking at Fire 4 Esports, this team, the struggles once again continue. The struggle was there inside the game of Erangel, but you can't say the performance was much more better compared to this map. But now inside of the transition inside of Miramar, it was even worse. So I'm not sure what to expect on the map of Sanhok.
Well, I mean, Sanhok is going to be interesting nonetheless, because last game for this group, so there's only one option. You just have to go all in and give it everything that you have. Even yesterday we noticed, right, Sanhok got very aggressive during the mid-game stages, because teams realized, like, all right, as soon as our contenders get eliminated, we have to start pushing for those finishes. This is the time, this is our opening to break inside the top 7. And I think a lot of these teams, with how Miramar has turned out, are contesting quite closely. But while Sanhok gets quite exciting, ladies and gentlemen, we all know the goodies that Crafton India Esports brings for us are also quite exciting. So let's have a look what's in store.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
And if you are like Necro, you haven't been able to get yourself that X suit, get the Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen. You complete the missions, you get those amazing skins. Necro, I think you should grab one too.
Of course, all you need to just do is just keep on grinding forward, or if you do want to level up the tiers as well, then you can also do it the other way. But in general, getting back to the conversation that we're having, right? Now, Sanhok, the last game of the day, there's going to be a lot of teams that have already given up that hope, but then there's also going to be some teams that have the hope, but they would need to go berserk.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams, and I think one of them has to be the side of Newport, especially in the early stages.
Even BOT Esports.
That qualification as quickly as possible. BOT Esports, they need a win.
Yeah.
Unless they win the game, I don't think they're making it through.
Exactly. They need a berserk game right here, right? They need a drop in nuclear performance on the game of Sanhok. If that's not going to be coming through, then it's a big problem. All they need to do is just get 18 or maybe 20 points in the upcoming game, which might just be too much to ask for. They still have a little bit of scrap points here and there, so you can't say they do have a little bit of a leeway.
But it's just better to be safe than sorry, right? So I think 18 to 20 points, what you said, I think... yeah, it's a little too much, but let's keep it at 16, 17 points. If they can secure 16, 17 points in this game, I think we can be sure that, alright, BOT Esports will be inside of the top 7. But ladies and gentlemen, while we having this discussion about BOT Esports, medal, what to expect in the next match from the side of Noobbot as well, for that matter, Ocean Carnage, who are going to be stepping into the next game with the momentum of the big win that they've had in the map of Miramar. And of course, Demonic for Esports fixes that performance on Miramar. 11 eliminations gathered, 5 points for placements. They were at the top of the leaderboard in terms of points, but do we expect the same from Demonic 4 in Sanhok, a map that favors aggression as well?
Doesn't matter, they've still qualified, right?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, like you said, they will be continuing that aggression. But so far, of what we've seen of the teams, Johnny, I've been impressed with Ocean Carnage. Game number 1, they come in, they missed out on the chicken dinner, but still quite a stellar performance. Carried forward into game number 2. That was amazing, quite phenomenal for what they could achieve, especially being one of those underdogs. And we have always been talking about those teams that we're in search for somebody trying to make waves. Ocean Carnage are the epitome of it.
Of course, I mean, as you said, make waves, right? It is an ocean, and ocean is where you get the best waves from. So, I mean, it will be interesting to see how they start performing in what is supposed to be the last game for this group. And again, I think the momentum has already been established, so it should not be too difficult. But man, we have been seeing some very awkward drop clashes in Sanhok, so you never know. Maybe Ocean Carnage get dropped upon, hot dropped by like 2 different teams, and they end up getting eliminated in the very first circle.
You know, I'm not more concerned about Ocean Carnage because I think they've done their bidding. They've already qualified. For Medal Esports, thank God that they managed to secure that first chicken, because that fallout in Miramar, we did not see that coming. Especially heading on into Sanhok, where they're going to be dropping at Paradise Resort. I mean, the entire world knows that. And I'm pretty sure there would be 2 or 3 teams that have realized that their journey inside the BGIS might be over. Who knows? They might have some mischief on their mind.
I mean, you can look at it as mischief, or you can look at it in a way like you might not get another opportunity of going up against a team like Medal. This might be your only shot to try and get some experience of what it feels like to go into a 4v4 against one of the what was hailed at one point one of the best lineup this country could offer, right? These players, they are stacked in terms of skills. The reason you are also quite upset with Medal and their performance from the last few months is because the players have the caliber of finishing at the top in every single tournament they play. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened. We have not seen that happen. So again, for a lot of these teams, I think this is a good opportunity to see what it takes to go up against Medal. And of course, if you get beat them, then, well, clip it and ship it, I guess.
And not just that, right? For Medal Esports, I think the journey has to be about securing as many points as possible in this matchup. But I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. Because we've seen this happen even in the previous groups, right? The biggest example, Team 0. Erangel, they messed up. Miramar wasn't the way they planned. But getting that chicken dinner in Sanhok kind of secured their qualification, especially considering that the top 7 managed to qualify. So everybody's still inside the game. It's hope not lost yet. And in the rainforest is where I feel, ladies and gentlemen, it is all going to be settled, because we are going to be traversing through, chartering through the flight path. It's going to be from Tatmok towards Sami, and really does not matter. But what we are really curious of is where the first circle is going to form.
We are getting the best flight paths today. I mean, from the player's perspective, of course, not for us. We like chaos, so we would have it on the extremities to begin with. But this is what you would want in an ideal game of BGMI. But one ideal situation that we do not get to witness a lot is those hot drops in competitive circuit, because everyone wants to be safe this time around, though. A lot of incentive to secure those early fights and early finishes. Although Medal, they are quite lucky. No one's heading to Paradise Resort except them. They're the only ones there.
All right.
Although,
so,
wait,
yeah.
fixtures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams again towards the northeastern side from Mongnai to Bravo.
Look at the eastern area, completely vacant.
Eastern.
Lakavi, nobody over there. I think towards Kampong, we can see Team Nubot. They're going to be heading up their way. But this is one of the circles, I think, Johnny, you and I both have seen in the past, and kind of tends to go around either Bhan or maybe towards Quarry.
Yeah.
Like you said, the cluster, the splash of colors around the northeastern side is just too much. And I'm pretty sure it is going to get heated quite soon.
Yeah, but this circle, this just took away all incentive for the teams to fight. So I believe for the next few moments, especially as we mentioned, I mean, the big cluster that's there towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, I think the players will have an opportunity to stay in their shacks and continue looting. Apart from that, I mean, I'm not expecting a lot of fights early. Boot camp is where we might see some action, though. We have a drop clash happening, although I don't think shots have been fired yet. It's Fire for Esports against Devil. And Tenzin again going for the flank. Does he not trust his teammates anymore after what happened on Miramar?
I mean, at this point, sometimes you tend to kind of just let yourself loose, right? And sometimes you tend to take matters on your own hands. But for Devil, especially considering how good they were in Erangel, this is one of those teams that always tends to focus on capturing the center. Yeah, Miramar did not go the way it was anticipated. But 5 for Esports. Now, this is another interesting prospect. We have seen them taking fights left, right, and center. And the only idea for Tenzin, what I believe, Johnny, is to try and create another flank angle. Yes, it's a risky measure. But if this works out, this could pay off in dividends.
Of course, I mean, it can prove a big play for the team. But Godman fixes. Turns out more man than God. Lost one player already, and it's Knight from the side of New Era. Ushering a new era, or at least trying to, but gets taken down by Excuse. No idea that there's a team on the flank. Did they not see the parachutes when they were dropping?
That's the beauty of Sanhok. You kind of tend to hunker yourself down to one spot. Maybe you're thinking quite comfortable, and suddenly from elsewhere you get shot at. No excuse for Knight, though. Surely excuse.
There was excuse for Knight.
You get the analogy there. But for now, excuse. Oh my god, they've decided to just go all out. Completely swinging like madmen. As Kabil, the lonesome survivor over there. Godman had a good run in Erangel, but ever since, they have not really shown up. As Kabil being dealt with inside the mannequin room. As the numbers keep on dwindling. Where's the final survivor? Yeah, we can see Anshu. But I don't think he wants to be a part of this fight anymore.
Of course not. I mean, there's no one to help him out. Unless he counts both the teams fighting as a situation he can benefit from. And I think he definitely can secure a few extra elimination points from here. It's not going to be easy, though. Excuse, they have gotten the revive back. It is a 4-man roster.
Wow.
Taking on New Era. And what a nade. Spidey hits the floor. He has his teammate right next to him. The revive should not be too difficult. Although they find the trade Forsaken down. But the push comes to shove. And even one MS falls. Jinxing the good luck for New Era. Commits too much. Gets taken out by Strange from the distance. I love this back and forth between these two sides. Neither one willing to give an inch to the opposing team. Excuse, of course, in the better spot considering Strange is the last man left standing to the side of New Era, and he does not have helmet. Or well, at least his helmet does not have any HP anymore.
At least for Excuse, we could see from their body language. They just want to go all out, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the case. And for New Era, they had a decent start. Knight getting one of those finishes, but seems like that's all they're going to muster up for themselves. As strange as it sounds, he still wants to fight. Quite stubborn, quite relentless. Spidey still screaming, yelling for help, and he knows that there's no chance on earth that he could go on and get the rest back up.
Yeah.
As Godman, this is not good for them. After having such a good time in Erangel, Miramar did not go the way they anticipated. Even Sanhok, almost at the cusps of getting eliminated. Where do they go from here? But for excuse, I think they know only one and think it's their way or the highway.
Yeah, and if they can manage to secure like 5 more eliminations in this game, I think they should be good to go. Excuse wasn't doing too bad in the previous match as well. I think decent points were brought to the board. Just to be safe, I think top 3 finish in this game with 5 more eliminations, I think.
So easy to say.
Yeah, so easy to say. See, with how they are playing, I think they can pull this off as well. I mean, just confidence displayed in how they charged against 2 teams, not just 1, by the way.
Yep, and just getting their legs in the middle of nowhere, still succeeding, that's a good thing. But I really feel like it was the players of Godman that kind of fell off and they capitalized on that situation. And one of the players, I think Knight getting picked off, just made things worse. As excuse this time, they ram in on another team and instantly one of their players gets taken away. This time against the elephants in the lobby, and they're getting their own medicine. And this is for sure not a merry thing for them.
Ooh, not what Medal would want. Paradox knocked out, but they do find the trade as well. An incredible nade lobbed out by Encore. Siam looking to gain a line of fire, looking to deny the revive. And this is what experience is all about. Look at this. They know what the opposing side is up to. And Medal wrapped things up. Excuse kicked out of this game with just 5 eliminations. Such a good build-up of momentum. All lost for nothing.
Yep. And this is where we kind of bring into the picture about having that little bit of a controlled aggression. You know you've got a right tempo, you know you're on the right path, but you need to know when to leash yourselves at times also. And considering the fact that, yes, Medal Esports drops down at Paradise Resort, Medal this time changed a couple of things, Johnny. You could see they rotated pretty early.
Yeah.
They left Paradise Resort and instantly went down south. And this is something that maybe Excuse did not see coming. But look at Anshu, the last surviving member from Godman, has his HP reduced. Pretty sure Noobot, they know what's going on, and Karan will finally release him of his misery. And that being said, Noobot, another team that played phenomenally well in Miramar.
Yeah.
Really excited to see how they perform in Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, a wonderful, wonderful performance from Noobot in the previous game, of course. And now, waiting to see how they play the Sanhok out. Decent position to kick things off, by the way. Lakavi Saltfields is where they are at right now. And from there, they just have to move west slightly to be inside the safe zone. Medal in the distance. We see Team Devil. And Team Devil, wow, they've managed to escape boot camp without losing a single player. So just a little bit of a recap for our viewers. When the game began, there was a drop clash. Team Devil and Fire 4 Esports, both the teams dropping in tandem towards boot camp. Devil took control of the triple warehouses and they were slowly looking for a fight, but then no idea what happened. Both the teams back off and disengage. In the meanwhile, though, Strange from New Era does not want to disengage. Spots one player from the side of Botex Esports and takes him down, secures the knock, but he needs to be careful. He's the last survivor for his team.
Exactly.
And it is a 1v4 he's running towards right now.
But I'm pretty sure Body Sports are kind of unaware that it's just that one play. If they've been following the finish feed, should have no issue figuring that out. But again, you know, for Body Sports, their things haven't really aligned for them as well. And they have to be very careful, Johnny. Had it been Erangel or Miramar, they could have gone in for the chase. But they know it's Sanhok. And they know that the moment they come out in the open, they find themselves exposed. But as we take a look at the circle, I really feel that the circle is somewhere going to go around the players of Ocean Carnage. And I think one more good rotation, just get towards the western compound of where they are right now. I think this could be it. But look at this. You've got 4 power. One of the players, Rix, making a lot of noise, walking on eggshells quite literally. As Zana, he has relayed all that information to his teammates.
But look at the radar. 4 power. They're showing up, all of them together. And Ocean Carnage, they need to react to this, otherwise one of their players is going to be isolated and picked off, but Warlord runs inside completely unaware of the man that was waiting for them. Luckily for him, Lozana does not really connect his shots. He has switched over to the shotgun for close quarters combat, tucked away in a corner. So patient with this fight, but the DBS pushes forward and Starboy finds the frag. Trades did come in for Ocean Carnage, but it's a much quicker revive from 4 power, so it is a reset in this fight, a 4v3 being built up.
Yeah, and they're not just the only ones around here. You could see even R2V, they're starting to close in. For Ocean Carnage, especially Tempest and Knight playing around the walls. And the good choice over here is to retreat. I think they're doing that. They need to do it a little bit quicker though. Because if R2V spot them out in the open, I think they really could be dead men walking. And yeah, cutting short of the losses. And now finally, you've got those feelings in your bones, right?
Yeah.
Something that tells you you're being watched at. And R2V, there you go. Just as we mentioned, did start off really well. I really wanted Rakuro to succeed. And look at that. Having spotted one of their players out already. Takes those couple of shots. Just a bullet shy. Will he connect? Yes, he does.
Oh, important knock found. Beam dropped to the floor, and the finish is going to be picked up as well. There it goes. And it's from a great distance as well, Fixes. My goodness, that has to be scary if you are one of the players from the side of Ocean Carnage. And of course, a big challenge for Ocean Carnage. Brilliant win on Miramar, but on Sanhok, they're down to 2 players already, and it's just stage 3.
And this is where it starts getting a little concerning. However, I think might feel a little relief because getting that chicken dinner, couple more points, 1 or 2 could be enough. I think for Ocean Carnage, I feel like they've done the heavy lifting. I think they've
so
been
too, yeah.
consistent in Erangel. Even Miramar went well. They could pretty much just bask under the sun. And still, even if they get finished off, it's all about, qualifying inside the top 7. Having already done the job, but for Bot Army, or rather Bot Esports, that can't be the case. Because this team, Johnny, you've been rooting out for them and really haven't delivered so far.
Yeah, I mean, we expected a lot of big things. If you think you are upset with Bot Esports or I'm upset with Bot Esports, have a conversation with Necro. He was the one who was rooting for them. Like, alright, returning teams, maybe now they've figured out what needs to be done. And maybe we're going to see them drop big numbers, but yeah, that hasn't been the case so far. Medal on the other side, aware about one side of the hill, but they're still looking for more information about the surroundings. They are on the northern edge of the circle right now. So there is an opportunity for Medal to actually gatekeep a lot of incoming teams, but you know what? There's no one left outside the circle right now. Apart from Demonic 4 who are still on Camp Alpha. What is that about?
I think still should have no issues getting inside. Nobody looking at the bridge, or nobody even stationed at the hilltop around the southern bootcamp hills. So I think a pretty clear entry inside the circle, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be taking that position for themselves. As looking at For the Glory, they've got the players of Gods and Gladiators under control. One of them already being taken down. As Ami, he's got a nice angle. The moment somebody tries to come in for the revive, that is where the alarm bells start tolling. And seems like one of their teammates, I think Yorichi, is trying to intervene. Wants to get there up close and personal. But look at it. His finish having been stolen by the players of Medal.
And I think that's not going to be it. I think Gods and Gladiators are going to be sent to God in a few moments. But Bot X, they find themselves up against Medal Esports yet again. And a barrage of utility being lobbed upon Yash. Desperate to finish him off. The Molotov quite close, but he barely managed to stay alive. Deny the damage to the opposing side. And they, in fact, secure the opening knock. As Encore gets knocked out. So Bot X Esports, they have an advantage against the players of Medal now. Just down to Paradox and Kyoya. If this Molotov connects, this fight is going to be won by the players of Bot X, and it does. Kyoya is going to be flushed out into the open. The nades being lobbed. Paradox also extremely low. Onco still looking for that revive, hasn't found it. But I don't think Fix's medal is going to be surviving after this fight. There it is. Paradox also dropped. Just one man left in the back lines.
Yeah, it's Kyoya. He's got to tuck his tails and run. Needs to find some cover. Medal getting a little ahead of themselves. And considering the fact, by the virtue of getting that first chicken dinner, they've gotten that freedom.
Yeah.
Imagine had they not secured it. Things could have been disastrous for them. But still, getting 5 finishes already, it's not really a bad outcome for what awaits them. And we've seen even in the previous game, Paradox surviving all by his lonesome, still managed to get a couple of points. And yeah, he's going to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, he does. Which is quite impressive considering Kyoya was also pinned out into the open. And of course, when he was hiding behind the tree, the Molotov that burned him alive. He's received that burn treatment finally with the first aid. But for TG Amy, now, yeah, that was a big mistake stepping out into the open like that. And especially, I mean, Gods and Gladiators, I'm quite impressed. Yorichi Fixes, he's still in this game. And he is securing, he started to kick things off for his team. He has secured the first finish of this match.
Oh, he certainly has. And for Gods and Gladiators, with the way things had started, I think a little bit of a nice recovery. But if you take a look at the circle, it has to be the team of DE, Defaulters Esports. A team that hasn't really been playing that well. It seems like they found themselves a good spot. And for Demonic 4, this is one of those teams that loves to take those fights. Loves to breach in through, just piercing through the hearts of the opponents. As now, Paradox and Kyoya could be next on their hit list. Still have F4E.
Oh no.
And now Paradox trying to move around. His vehicle absolutely getting shredded apart.
Interesting play being made by Metal, but F4E, Fire 4 Esports. Firing in all 4 directions. Just taking care of business, protecting their shack. A brilliant position inside of the zone, by the way. And as you mentioned, Defaulter Esports, that's the default spot.
Oh yeah.
In a circle like this. So they are living up to their name. And luckily for them, for the first time, we are seeing just one team in the center of Sanhok. Everyone else is fighting at the edge for some reason. And even in that scenario, the western edge is completely left empty. Look at that. A few moments ago, we were talking about Demonic 4. They found a free entry into the circle from that northwestern edge, but Fire 4, Amit, oh no, gets knocked out, gets finished off. Another finish point for Bot X.
At least for now, as the circle again shifts, and this is pretty much Defaulter Esports' game to lose in it, especially having the only concrete cover inside that. But we have seen this happen even in the past. You have that central position to yourself. So many teams just decide to ram in on your compound, and suddenly it's too much on your plate to chew. And yeah, if you have your attentions diverted, things really do not go out as planned. For the players of Nubots, though, they've taken an early loss. But you could see the players of Hunter Maximus closing in on the distance. And from the right-hand side, you also have the players of 4P. They could also infiltrate any single moment, and that certainly does not sound like a good story. For Yorichi, he's been doing that heavy lifting. 3 finishes secured for his team, but barely has time to even patch himself up.
Let's see, on a run for his life. The boosters are on, but yeah, not enough HP. Just one shot, and he was done. R2V, they find that frag, and Gods and Gladiators, they do take an exit from this game with just 4 elimination points. But Esports, they are still alive. Although down to their last 2 players. Fighting for their life at this point. And then there is this. Defaulter Esports. We were talking about how amazing their position was going to be, and do you hear all of the commotion around them? Well, they had the luxury of sitting inside those shacks and protecting their numbers, but Scott is going to be the first man to fall. His teammate has rushed in to go for a revive, but this allows the opportunity for R2V, Fire 4, and Bot X Esports to close in.
Look at how the tables have flipped, Johnny. The circle shifting away, and suddenly Hunter Maximus, they have a glee smile on their face.
Oh yeah.
And could be the ones holding the players of Noobbots and could take them down. But for Defaulter Esports, yeah, the confidence has clearly been missing. Sure, they found a good position for themselves, but now they have to get inside the circle. Now let's not even forget that Demonic 4, they're still alive. But you know, the climb, it's going to be so tough for all these teams. The ask is too much, especially out in the open. Already Hunter Maximus, they've got their crosshairs pinned. Anybody trying to come out in the open, they are literally just greats.
Of course, and as we're talking about Hunter Maximus as well, I think considering they have no eliminations on the board, this should be hunting season for them. Rack up those numbers. There are just 19 players, 18 players still alive in this matchup, and majority of those finishes are being picked up at the side of R2V. So Hunter Maximus, they need to start hunting. They do spot out the players from Demonic 4, Dorp knocked out, and I think should be an easy frag for Demotivate. Demotivating the opposing side. But Vanus, he's hiding behind that rock, needs to step out due to the damage from the blue, and he does. But he's been spotted by Demotivate as well, and now he sees Yash trying to rotate. Yash gets finished off. One last frag, few shots connect, just a few pixels outside that tree. Down to 5 teams, 9 players. Still surviving in this game. And with this shift of the zone, I think the chicken dinner is now guaranteed to go into the hands of Hunter Maximus. No one around them can face them. No one around them can challenge them. No one has the numbers to take this fight. 5 eliminations point on the board. Make that 6. And I think it is all done and dusted now. Just one last man left inside the blue. And he falls to the zone itself. Hunter Maximus, ladies and gentlemen. An important win. And a big one as well. 6 points for finishes, 10 for the dinner, 16 brought from this matchup, and of course a few finishes from the previous match. Fixes as they made it through.
I think they should be.
You're quite happy with this win?
For sure, especially when we had gotten this discussion that no teams are really out of the picture yet.
Yeah.
And Hunter Maximus, they were not really in the conversation till that final circle shift. They were absolutely invisible. It felt like they kind of camouflaged themselves inside the server. They were not really going all out, and they were just praying, fingers crossed, that the zone shifts towards them, which happened because initially it was supposed to be Defaulter Esports' game all along, but suddenly somebody from the backlines, I think it was R2V, that were applying so much pressure. Even for Demonic 4, they had a nice entry inside the circle, but guess what? Bots out of nowhere, they've also secured the second spot inside the game by the virtue of one of their players just healing.
Yeah, but I think it will come down to the finishes now, because
still have 4 finishes.
Still have 4 finishes. That is 10 points from this match. So now the question is 10 points enough? I think it should be. Nubot did well in the previous game as well. Yeah,
exactly.
I think they made it through.
For sure. Now the big question is, which spot do they end at? Is it the second spot? Is it the first? That's a big question. But regardless, for Medal Esports, I think considering how big the first game was, they're pretty much going to be holding on to the first spot. Second, that is the big question. Who gets to end at the second position?
You know what? But while we put Medal in the same category as Enigma and Big Brothers, the performance was not the same.
For sure, it wasn't. And this has always been a concern for us. And thank goodness they managed to seal the deal in the first game itself. Because had it gone to just Miramar and Sanhok, you all know we could have had to say adieu to one of the biggest orgs in the country.
It's the reverse Team Zero strategy from Medal.
Yeah,
do it the other way around. First game is a win and the next game you just chill. But anyways, I think as long as you qualify and make it to round 2, it is all good. I mean, we all talked about it. Qualification is what is important right now. There is no money on the line until you actually reach the grand finals. Till then, you are just competing to survive. You are just competing to stay alive in BGIS 2024. And I think Medal, they've done it. They are going to be moving forward to round 2 from this particular group. But who do you think stays alive in that top 32? Will they, won't they scenario from this group of 16?
I think this wasn't one of those groups that amassed a lot of points. I think everybody's still averaging around 16 to 18 or in that range, to be honest. To be making it to the top 32, I'm pretty sure the matches that weren't really on broadcast, I'm pretty sure there must be a couple of teams where the cutoff went up towards like 22 or even 25. And for that to happen, I think it has to be an equal distribution of those teams, which did occur in this particular group, but no team was really able to gain that momentum. Barring Ocean Carnage, you can't really say the others were quite consistent. Ocean Carnage, the first 2 games was phenomenal. The third game, they also fell off.
Yeah, but I think, as you said, the first 2 games were phenomenal. And just like Medal, I think there was no incentive for them to actually pop off in this game as well. So might as well just chill and relax and run into fights just looking for finishes. And I think that is what Ocean Carnage did as well. Who I'm actually concerned about is actually XQs. XQ's built up a good momentum with those 2 fights that they ran in. They got 5 points, finished off 5 players, did not lose a single one on their side. And then, I don't know how, XQ's was also the first team to get wiped in this game.
Yeah, all they decided was to go all guns blazing. They put the pedal to the metal, rammed in against who? Metal Esports, who were just waiting.
Yeah.
And the moment they kind of hit the deck, suddenly it was like the captain, of course, Paradox. He relayed all that information, guys. We've got a team to wipe, and they just went after him. But you know, in my mind, I'm really starting to rack who the MVP is going to be.
Oh, I have no idea as well. I mean, we did see a lot of individuals pop off in this matchup. So let's find that out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's figure out who is the MVP of this game of Sanhok, the last match for Group 7. And the answer is going to be revealed. It's going to be Rakuro from R2V Esports. 6 eliminations, 60% finish contribution, map impact 11%.
And I think we also need to get R2V into the discussion, because it's one of those teams that kind of flustered up in the first 2 games, but found some recovery in this map. But even for Rakuro, I found his name quite catchy, quite cool. And to watch him as the MVP, that kind of feels like the cherry on top of the cake. But when you look at the top 5 performers, I think some usual suspects. I think Rakuro, Shadow, and in this particular game, I think R2V, they have gone all out.
Yeah, they definitely have gone all out. Secured a lot of finishes, 10 eliminations on the board, and of course, decent finish in terms of points as well. So R2V, I think I'm quite skeptical. I think R2V will make it through. Just don't know where they will be in the top 7. So that is what we will look forward to when we have the rankings. But the Shadow, as you said, Forsaken also in the list. Loser from Hunter Maximus and Yorichi from Gods and Gladiators also makes the list of top performers. But time to move forward, have a look at the point distribution for this game of Sanhok. And there it is, Hunter Maximus. They do secure the win. They had 5 eliminations as well. Total of 15 points for the Chicken Dinner for the win. R2V, 15 points for them as well. 10 finishes, just 5 for placement. Noobbot, they have definitely made it through. They were able to walk away with 10 total points from this game. And Medal, no points for placement, but 9 eliminations. Yeah, they just went all out.
Yeah, and like we said, right, the only incentive was try and push and get as many points as possible.
Yeah,
position points. I think Medal, they know how to take good position. So in the further rounds, I'm pretty sure that is one of those things they won't have trouble with. I think what they're trying to do over here is try and build up that synergy, because having Kyoya back into the roster, Siam still into the picture this time. However, as we take a look at the second page, now that is where I'm kind of quite keen to see what happens, because Godman, after having such a good start to the day, getting nothing out of this game, this is where they might be in 2 minds.
Yeah, I think even the previous one wasn't that great for them, the map of Miramar. So Godman is definitely one of those teams in trouble. Ocean Carnage, I don't know.
It's
a
fine.
big question mark for me.
No, I think they've qualified.
Right. Let's find it out. Let's find that out. I mean, no discussion between you and me. Let's just straight away walk through where we have the answers. The overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, will be on our screens in the next few moments. And of course, top 7 teams directly move to round 2. And yeah, there it is. Medal number 1, 38 points. Noobbot on the second with 28. Ocean Carnage on the third with 24 points. Demonic 4, 23 points. 21 for Hunter Maximus. 20 points for R2V Esports. 17 points for Team Devil, as they are on that 7th position and they push through. But Defaulter Esports, wow, this is going to sting.
Oh yeah.
17 points for Defaulter Esports, but they find themselves on that 8th spot, not progressing to round 2 yet. They're still the overall leaderboard where top 32 teams will move forward from. So that is where I think Defaulter Esports and their hopes and dreams will live from now on.
Like Necro loves to say, that copium really coming into play over here. At least for Defaulters Esports. Now they must be cussing themselves. 1 extra finish was all they needed. I'm pretty sure even in the map of Sanhok, things could have gone anywhere, because you know, Defaulters, had they got 1 extra finish, then they would have been on 18 points, and then they would have made the cut instead of Devil. Now, because even if you look at Devil, it was just that first game that was special. After that, we also could see them fall off. But for consistency, I think Noobbot was one of those teams. They were kind of keeping aloof from the fights, always playing around the edges. The first game got a little unlucky because it was one of the players, Aryan from Godman, annihilated them. But Miramar, they found some success. Sanhok, they also did find some success. This time the cutoff around 17, I think this is something we anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this, and it was quite interesting with how the build-up was in the 3 matches that these teams played. But ladies and gentlemen, another thing that is very entertaining is all of the new things that Crafton India brings for you guys every time we are here with the official events. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be one of them. Let's have a look.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है. Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा. तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर. गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स. पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा. लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
And of course, the Luminous Muse set, ladies and gentlemen, is out. If you guys are looking for your Muse, this could be it. Because who doesn't enjoy being a part of the action when you have beautiful looking skins on you?
You know, every single day I've been trying to try my luck. With the Ignis suit, we did fail. But with Luminous Muse, I got that barrel.
Oh, wow.
All I'm trying to do is seek for more material so that I could upgrade it. Because, you know, it's shining. It is actually luminous. And I would love to spot that inside the Battlegrounds.
But one thing we would like to move forward with is schedule of the day. Because we have one more group to witness, ladies and gentlemen, for today. Let's have a look at the teams that will be stepping into the Battleground in the next 3 matches. And here they are.
It is the final group that we are going to be covering on the broadcast, group number 18. And this comes stacked up with so many of those returning teams from the grind. Now, when you talk about Alibaba Raiders, you've got the likes of Lifecraft, you've got Supari Gang, and many others. As Johnny, he's going to be taking a little bit of a breather. Necro, my man from California, he decides to step in. He says he's going to be taking charge of this one. So, Necro, Culinary Esports. This is one of those names that has really struck our attention by its very meaning. Smart Fox is what they love to call themselves. But do you think only smartness can make them qualified to round number 2?
I mean, if used properly, I guess definitely it can. Smartness is also something that you need inside of the Battlegrounds, right? It's not just always about the mechanics. It's not just always about the firepower. Sometimes you also need to use your brain to reposition yourself in a better spot. And I guess if these guys are really smart, well then, of course, they should be the one to come out on top.
Certainly looking forward to them and the other teams also coming into play. But Necro, again, the conversation really comes down to Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of those teams in the past we'd seen representing Glitchx Reborn. Then after the BMPS, we could see them changing their flags, right? Now a new org suddenly comes into play and they represent Alibaba Raiders. But ever since that has happened, do you think the complacency or the feeling of getting settled has hit them? Because in the domestic circuit, they haven't found much success.
That is true. You can say it's pretty much like a similar storyline of Big Brother Esports, right? But at least these guys have been there in the grand finals majority of the time. So you can't say one thing is for sure. The complacency might just be getting to them, but as long as if they do keep on progressing on forward towards the latter stages of the tournament, that's all that matters. Because somewhere down the line, these players, they have made a nice knowing for themselves in the community, right? Because if you remember in 2023, these guys were not even known. Who was GlitchX Reborn? That was our question mark, because this team was performing so well, and it was a big question mark on our faces too. But then later on, when they got to the grand finals, that's when everyone sort of started to recognize that, yeah, this is the GlitchX Reborn team. I just feel like we need to give them a little bit of more breather, and I genuinely think so inside of the round 1, which the games that we're going to be witnessing today itself, this team will be performing well. Now, another team that should be part of the conversation, it should be Lifecraft.
Oh yeah. No, for Lifecraft, to be honest, this is a team that goes even back to my playing days.
Yeah.
One of my friends is the founder, Clowny himself, who apparently is the manager of this team, not playing anymore. But we've seen them in grind. They've gotten some interesting prospects. I think Pasha is one of those players to really look out for. We also have Trigger, not the orangutan Trigger. This is a different Trigger. Howsoever, having really not been able to qualify in grind, they would be looking forward to make a mark in round number 1. And considering it's Lifecraft, they've always been the hustlers on the block. Every single time. Nobody gives them any invites. Nothing comes for free. They've always fought for what is theirs. And I'm pretty sure they should not be having a lot of trouble qualifying into round number 2. Now again, bringing the conversation back to Alibaba Raiders, there's that one player, Duke. If you remember 2023 BGIS, I think he was the rising superstar. But lately, again, like we discussed, he's also been spiraling down.
I mean, we saw this team in the grind too, right? We saw Lifecraft and Alibaba Raiders, both these teams in the grind. And the fact that this team was not able to sustain their spot inside of the grind too to directly make it in the further rounds, that in itself was a big question mark for all of us because we expected this team to qualify. We wanted them to see, or we wanted to see them inside of the top 64, but still somehow they were left out. Well, that's completely fine because we knew they were going to be having another chance from the in-game qualifiers. And now they're back over here. Duke, as you mentioned, yes, the rising star, but then later on the consistency was not there. So yeah, the rising star is there, but I guess it's taken too long for this man to rise up because one thing is for sure, from 2023 to 2024, the competition has rised up a lot and teams are now starting to make a lot of waves.
Exactly. And you know, this is where things really start getting interesting because, you know, so many speculations, so many seeds planted in our mind. Let's find out the answers as we unravel the mystery. It begins in Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the final group of BGIS round number 1. Flight path trajectory, however, this time it's quite feisty. Shooting range, 2 fairy prayer. Imagine the carnage that occurs for the teams dropping down towards the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a tough stretch for those teams, right? If you want to move in towards Milta, including Yasna, Poliana, now it's going to be a longer stretch. Getting back to the conversation of Alibaba Raiders, right? Another player that they've got, which is going to be Roman IGL. Now, this player is the IGL of the team, but when it comes to the mechanics as well, when it comes to stepping inside of the firefights, Roman is not someone that lacks.
I think for Roman, one thing for sure, with Alibaba Raiders, Roman has been such an important element to their team because I can say with 100% confidence that they somehow managed to get the center of the circle. They've got beautiful rotations. I think it is the hesitancy in those fights. You could see those pieces really not coming together, which has sort of been the Achilles heels for this particular team. But I'm pretty sure they've been bashed, they've been battered down so much. I hope they've learned from their mistakes.
Yeah.
Interesting, Necro. I feel like they've changed their drops. Siverny wasn't supposed to be their home.
Well, I guess last moment, right? Sometimes you really do got to make those quick adjustments considering the plane flat path was a little bit far away from their initial drop location.
Look at the containers.
We've got a drop collision over there.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, you were talking about Alibaba Raiders, right? They've also got Ralph, another solid player, heavy hitting player actually. And we have seen enough of those poppy moments from that man. Probably we're going to be seeing some of the more from him, but for now, focusing inside of the game, as you mentioned, that drop collision towards containers is definitely something that's attracting our attention. And let's hope that the fight actually does break out. I'm a big fan of the early game action.
Yeah, it's LMS and Detonation Gaming.
Yeah, Detonation Gaming. One of the man's actually in the back lines too. You can see him moving in with the vehicle. So that's sort of going to be like the secondary route for them, like the escape route if things do go bad.
I think nobody is going to come and save you there. The containers fight are always so scrappy, Necro. And for now, Team Culinary Esports, they kind of escape, having no trouble whatsoever. Shows that team outfit, they do not want to be the aggressors so far. We've got a couple of knocks happening across the map as the circle is a hybrid one. But like discussed, Detonation Gaming, having lost out on Even, I think he was one of those players that was trying to create that flank angle, maybe catch them off guard. But considering he made that rotation via his vehicle, he was well understood and has been dealt with for now.
Unfortunate for Detonation Gaming. LMS, they start things off on a great note. I mean, still though, the confirmation is not there, so I guess Detonation Gaming, they have a chance to try and close on up and maybe get to the Fallen Man, but if they only have a vehicle available.
And you need to commit a lot, especially when you want to try and get Evan up. I think you need a couple of knocks. You need to force LMS to press that panic button, but they decide to go on the aggressive. Already shots exchanged, but let's see what GLaDOS is up to.
Nicely done. First man found from the side of LMS. But even the players of DG, they've taken a lot of damage. I guess now things are back on the neutral grounds. But look at this. The players of LMS looking forward to get the confirmation instantly. DG, the knocked out player, is not going to be staying knocked out for too long because he will be confirmed. But yeah, the repositioning from the side of LMS is something that has kept a couple of their own players isolated on the previous spot. And look at this. Good peek, though. Oh. Glads did try to go for that peek, but instead he got shipped up too much. So DG, once again, being pushed back from that fight.
And does not have any meds on him.
Yep. No
He
first
really
aid.
has to be very careful with his approach. He's getting a little greedy though. Got those finishes, and I like what Detonation Gaming are doing. When LMS was really trying to push them off, now they've really flipped the tables around. But Mr. Gamer Whitey, his position has been compromised. So I'm pretty sure that Detonation Gaming are aware of what he's going to try and conjure. But regardless, had he had maybe even a 2 times or a 3 times on his DP, I think he could have done something.
Yeah.
As now LMS, they're pretty much out of options. All they need to do is somehow manage to retreat from here.
Things would have been much easier. But yeah, for LMS, as you mentioned, it's better to just back away. But how can the man even back away, though?
He can.
There's one of his teammates inside of the city itself. Or not the city, you can't say. I mean, inside of the containers. You cannot just leave him alone like that. And considering it is way too early phase of the game, too, so... Yeah, Mr. Gamer YT is probably fighting a lot of demons in his head. While he's trying to escape away from that entire spot, he's taking a lot of damage, or not exactly damage, but a lot of bullets upon himself.
What is he doing?
Just repositioning himself a little bit in a better spot. And unfortunately for him, his teammate that was inside of the containers has been eliminated completely. Now they're down to just a 2-man squad.
I like what Torpedo is up to.
Yep.
He's got a little bit of a flank angle, and I guess Detonation Gaming are going to be anticipating that he might have retreated towards the Georgie City. And this is a smart move. This is quite cunning because now it all makes sense, right? With Mr. Gamer gaining control over that squad house, all he needs to do is somehow make the run towards his teammate, and will have something to latch onto. But that is not where it ends. Look at the minimap. You've got the players of Alibaba Raiders, in fact Roman IGL, trying to take control over the junction spot. Or maybe little nothing to the compounds at that. And that's a good spot if you want considering to take a center. But again, Necro, in the grand scheme of things, this is one of those Erangel maps where you have that hybrid circle. You do not know if it's going to pan around Rozhok or is it going to go a little bit towards the northern side.
Yep.
So all those junction spots are going to be so pivotal for the teams, especially trying to get the chicken.
I think so it's going to shift up north, though. Where Roman IGL is, that is quite a good position.
Uh-huh.
Alibaba Raiders, of course, the IGL being the man to scout out the grounds in the future and just get a good standing for his team. And Rommel secured that for now. Still feel bad for that team inside of the containers, which got picked off. LMS, even they've had a rough start. All they can do is just cross their fingers and hope for the best in the upcoming moments, but look at what's happening in front of us. 7 hours up against the foes. Team outfit. Outfit's on a move, while 7-inch. They have spotted their rotations, but once again, the players are way too far away. It does not really make any sense to go for the shots.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that they have to get inside the circle themselves. They really need to make an important decision. They know there's somebody lurking on their back lines, and they will have to clear it one point or the other, because getting inside the circle, that's one thing. You still have the players of Bold waiting for you. And you do not want to get caught between a rock and a hard place. You do not want to get pincered in from two different sides. As for Aircraft, it's a different story altogether. They would be hoping to cross over the bridge, with now even the players of NF Esports watching over them. Will be a little bit of a tough task.
Stark OG and his players or his teammates going for that late game rotation. While Livecraft, even this team has finally decided to move out from their drop location. Time to make it inside the safe zone. That's what everyone's saying at this point in time. It's one of those stages where we're not going to be seeing a lot happen, but just some teams making the quick moves if they're completely in the outskirts. But then recently we've also been seeing a lot of those teams actually taking their sweet time to rotate inside of the zones.
Yeah, this is one of those first games for this particular group, and you know the pressure is up. But hold on. Livecraft, having spotted the players out of 7 hours, will be rattling them down with those bullets. The idea is to kind of burst open the tires of that buggy. I feel like they've accomplished that as Voldemort. He's going to be picked off, as now Livecraft, they find themselves online.
Viper's incredible! The traces that he made with that spray! He switched on over to another player, instantly got him knocked out as well, and gets the third one too! I mean, he strikes down another player, he's got another knockout in his hands. 7 hours, they wouldn't have even thought about this. Man, the trace was perfect from Viper. Players knocked out, down and dusted. Livecraft, a way to kick things off.
Yeah, told them like hot knife through butter. Livecraft, just give them a peek and they'll just chew you off. That is what they did in 7 hours. I think the clock has struck 12 right in the very first game. Now this is what I was really worried about, Necro, because the timing is quite impertinent and they kind of messed it up. But for now, for Livecraft, it was a really good start. I mean, especially for Viper, even that knock. I think it was Ryzen who got that final bullet connected, but Viper dishing out so much of that damage. It was beautiful.
I mean, I'm just impressed by the fact that he was tracing one of the players, then he switches his crosshair to another man, and then he gets a knock over there too. I mean, he barely got the knockout on the first one, but then, I mean, his teammates did the job, but still, it is really impressive.
For sure.
Really impressive. And now look at the center of the circle too. It's filled up with so many teams. Livecraft is going to be one of those teams that is not scared to take any sort of fights, because this team was invited inside of the grind. And Livecraft, unfortunately over there, they were not able to directly qualify in the future stages. But yeah, it's not a team that you should underestimate just like that. Even they're here to make a stark statement. And Livecraft so far, I love the confidence that this team's showcasing. NF though, they need to be a little bit more careful, considering they're facing off against one of the most dangerous teams inside of the lobby. And if NF Esports is the same NF that I've seen in 2023, then even this team can be quite a tough one to take down. But then Livecraft, they say, no, it's not. We'll take matters in our own hands and we'll strike down every single player that stands in our path. And they completely obliterate NF.
Clobbering their opposition down. Nobody stands on their path. Already set for success. 7 finishes. Just when we were thinking that NF Esports, they're gonna back off from over here. Livecraft, they're out in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly they decide to charge in on their direction.
I'm loving the confidence from Livecraft, man. You can already tell we're up for a show. Chargeable containers not avoided just yet. We've got another fight brewing up in there, and this time it's going to be Shield X Vanguard going up against the players of DG. And DG, this one man who's all the way up close and personal against the players of Shield, is trying his best to fight back, but then he gets pushed up from the back too. All the different angles being covered by the enemies. And yeah, the man of DG is not able to stand a ground.
Yeah, and DG, again losing out on numbers, especially after how they managed to recover in the first game. Aye.
And
that's supposed to be hurting.
One of the men's actually disconnected too.
Yep.
Oh no. Guess he's facing some network issues. But yeah, hopefully he's going to be back inside of the game to make sure that his team's going to be there in the race too. But for the players of VG, I mean, this is the dream start. No, they do not really have a lot of points, but still, as a newer team, it's all about getting that first elimination on the board, because that's going to be the major subsider for you in the first game itself.
For sure. At least if you're Shield Vanguard over there. But this time, however, they kind of played quite opposite to their names. Being the aggressors out there, just surrounding the enemy from two different sides. But for now, you've got the players of Outfit going up against Bold Esports. Wolf having been spotted out. Savage, he's got his crosshairs pinned. The moment his opposition shows his head, he decides to back off. But now, it's a smart decision. Just blow off those tires and, yeah, cut their means of escape.
I mean, this is such an awkward fight. Outfit up against the players of Bold. And this is one of those situations I always hope that I'm not the one to be put in. And yeah, in the elimination feed too, you saw the players of DG just getting eliminated. Rough start, right? For the first game?
Yeah.
But let's hope in the future, considering they've got 2 more lifelines available, they will be able to do something better. Smoke trails being tossed out. And now here comes the real push. Team Outfit, they've got a big danger approaching them in the name of Bold. And considering Bold, they've got the man number in the hands. There's only 2 players of Outfit inside of the compound. There's one more in the back lines trying to get back and sort of provide that cover. But this might just be too late. The cavalry might just arrive too late. The players of Bold have already taken the control off the surrounding grounds, and the utilities is chipping out even more damage. Outfit, the players that they're in the outskirts, they're doing the damage from the far fray, and even Bold, they're taking a lot of damage.
Still have no cover fire though. Especially for the lads of Outfit, all they have to do is get the hell out of that house. Gambit, he needs to hold on. Throwing those Molotovs, certainly not really helping his cause, as there you go. Gets picked off inside this little emergency room, as now Bold Esports, they're going to be piecing this one together. Bantai getting that finish, and Outfit having all of their players outside really did not help them in their cause. As Savage having spotted one of the players, but there you have it. Ignoring Kami, gets punched right on his face. As Yampio, he did manage to fight out, but not enough, as Bolt will have no issues eliminating the entirety of Outfit.
The fact that Bold lost that one player in that fight is still a big bummer in my opinion. They should have tried to execute the fight a little bit more earlier, considering they knew there's only 2 players inside of the compound and they were also getting shot at from the outskirts. All the 4 players should have pushed inside and then try to get those elimination points confirmed, but instead they didn't do so. Yeah, my bad to wrap. But I just wanted to give that information quickly.
It's alright. I mean, considering that they still managed to get a couple of finishes to their names, nothing much to scoff at, as long as they can secure 10 points out of this game. That's the exact average you would want to look out for. But for Alibaba Raiders, look at them. This is one thing that we did discuss during the start of the game. This is one of those teams never struggles getting a good position inside the circle. It is always those fights where they've been a little lackluster, been quite erratic, especially after that fall ever since they joined this org. Surely they need to stop the Stouters. Surely a chicken dinner is what could bring back those hopes. But if you talk about the others, even for Team LMS, I think especially after that big fall in the early moments of the game, they've somehow managed to recover a little bit.
LMS, I mean, I wouldn't really call that recovery. I would still just say, yeah, still breathing, right? It's still just there.
Yeah.
The situation hasn't gotten worse, hasn't gotten better. It's just there, neutral. Before Lifecraft, man, this team is firing on all cylinders. Viper with 4 eliminations all by himself. This team's looking solid. Still trying to know exactly where the players of Alibaba Raiders are too, because even that team is going to be another one of those heavy-hitting teams. And right now, I mean, we've got the map feed. Unfortunately, you guys don't. Alibaba Raiders in the smack center. And you know what, Fixes? We missed out on one team completely. The Supari gang.
I mean, we did talk about them, but not enough to do them justice for sure. Maybe a good game in this one. But let us talk in volumes about how good this team potentially can be. But bringing the conversation back to Alibaba Raiders, some interesting movements out there. Again, split in pairs. And you could get the idea, right? They want to have the better of the next circle. Two of the players, Duke and Roman, around those broken aircraft. And Ralph has some concrete area to himself. But for the others, nobody is really trying to contest the center because it's kind of a king of the hill situation going on. And in order to make that climb, you need to come out in the open. And especially considering you do not know where the opposition is, doesn't really make things easier.
It doesn't. And I mean, so far, looking at how teams are positioned inside of the zone, right? Alibaba Raider in the smack center, then there's Fallen Angels right next to him. Or not exactly next to him, but they're there in the closer fray. Next circle shift's going to be in front of us soon enough. The next stage is going to be in the deck, and it actually centers on up once again against the players, or on the players of Alibaba Raiders. Good news for these players. They're definitely going to be feeling quite good.
Oh, for sure. I'm pretty sure Duke and Roman, they must be uniting forces with their teammates. As the others, everybody is deciding to make a move. Look at LMS being the first ones inside the lobby as Alibaba Raiders. They feel now the time has come. They need to start piling up on those fragging numbers. Just a mere chicken dinner. Yeah, that's going to give them a little bit of a cushion, but a chicken dinner with a lot of finishes, that is more like it.
Pretty much. I mean, you circle right. And now soon enough, even I'm not feeling too good for the side of AR. You just never know. There's going to be so many teams stacking around them.
All right.
There's going to be a probability of them being the center of attraction too. And now I see so many teams just trying to move inside of the zone. It's like a massive wave of vehicle just trying to make it in. Even TSG, they found themselves against the players in the front. This fight's going to be a tough one to execute for the side of TSG. But it's not impossible.
To be honest, I really do not understand what Alibaba Raiders are up to. Look at the split. They've decided to go all over the map. And that could really blow off for them. But for now, Nikhil, having spotted out the players of Noob, Ranaji, that was another escape for him. Surely has his buggy intact. As now Duke does get the better out of Minato and the Supari gang. They find themselves in a little bit of a pickle over there. As Nikhil, he also needs to elope from there. Maybe try and get his teammate back alive. But for Team Noob, they've all reinforced at one position. And seems like they're interested to go up against the Supari gang.
I mean, this fight that's in front of us will be even more spicier. Lifecraft, it's one of those teams that's not scared. Just straight up ramming their vehicles against the foes. And that's what they do once again. Drigger was knocked out, but then Pasha's there to back him up instantly with the DBS in his hands. He mows down the players in the front. Strikes down two instantly as soon as he steps on the field. And Lifecraft, they've got all the 4 players still alive.
Yeah, but a little too far from their reach. Yeah, one player certainly shall get the revive, but Ryzen, he's screaming for help, especially with Alibaba Raiders still looming over them. Ralph and Chris, they haven't really shown that intent to come in there to fight. But what a menace have Lifecraft been inside the lobby. 10 finishes already. And if they keep on continuing with this onslaught, I think they can easily hit that 20 bomber.
Oh, Ryzen though, he got confirmed. So now Lifecraft is taken down to a 3-man squad, so that is still going to be a big cutoff in that firepower they were showcasing. There's a chance the domination might just not come through anymore, considering they would need to think through before taking any sort of decision. But the next circle is also in front of us. Stage 5 of the game is already here, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, Alibaba Raiders, they're controlling the majority of the zone. They're definitely dominating, but not in a way where they're taking fights, but in a way where they've got the ground control.
Certainly they do. But looking at the players of Kraken Esports, haven't really made a lot of noise. Still somehow just on the... This is one of those fights that I absolutely detest. You're not supposed to be engaging from the low grounds, but I think Yeah, I can feel for the players. They do not have any options. Because to get inside the circle, they need to force this fight. Need to have one of those players at least being knocked out. And kind of put the players of Noob into a little bit of a frenzy there. And that is where they could work this one. But for Alibaba Raiders, things are looking quite merry. Still have control over the zone. Still have all 4 of the players alive. But even for 4 men, suspicious. Let's see what this team can conjure.
4 men. Still just trying to know exactly what the safety grounds are going to be, and considering they know there's not a lot of playing area available in the way where they do not really have a lot of cover left over, that's when the real problem starts, because they would need to now start making something out of nothing. Another team in front of us, and that's going to be Team Nub. And Team Nub, meanwhile, they're trying to take a fight against all the teams that are making the rotation quite close enough to them. And Team Nub, they're able to get at least one of the confirmations. But there's another team next to him, meanwhile, that might just be looking forward to sneak up against the players of Team Nub. And that is the team of Team Sapari Gang. And even Sapari Gang's taking a lot of damage upon themselves. It's not looking too good. A lot of the teams are in such a dire and dicey spot. Lifecraft 2 slowly and steadily dropping down in numbers. It's not looking too good, considering it's all down to Viper and Pasha, and Pasha's knocked out. And Viper now has got a Herculean task in front of us. I mean, they've already got 11 elimination points so far, so Lifecraft, they're doing good whatsoever. Even if they do get eliminated over here, they still do have a lot of room for error in the upcoming games. But Viper, he's trying to get his hands on some more first aid so he can sustain that zone damage.
I think he's not done yet. He's gonna spread his fangs from the backlines. Could certainly hurt somebody. Maybe could be the players of Vanguard, as they inch in closer to the players of Alibaba Raiders, who are kind of aware of the situation. But the only concern for me for Alibaba Raiders is now the zoners slowly but surely starting to go against them. And seems like Vanguard have a slight idea of where Viper could be stationed at. But if they do not pay enough attention, losing out on 1 or 2 of those players could really hurt their endeavors. But still 6 finishes strong, with 9 teams still alive, 24 remaining inside the lobby. Vanguard really interested to see what can they carve out next.
I mean, Viper's a man, as you mentioned, with the fangs, is looking to inject some venom into someone. And that too from the back. 4 men. 3 of the players in the front. And as I mentioned, considering they're out in the open, they would need to make something out of nothing. And right now, the something for them are the smokes. But as the smoke dissipate, that's when the real struggle will start to happen. Viper as well, his lifeline dissipates. Viper taking down Lifecraft Esports out of the game with 11 points and 1 placement point. Looking forward. Or actually not even 1, they just got 11 points. But Fallen Angels looking forward to taking up close and personal against Team Nub. As there's 1 man who's pushed up, but eventually he gets caught. He's not able to get away with murder.
Look at Ryder. Spotted out a couple of players of Team Fallen there. As the Angels drop down on Earth. Let's see. Hey, mortals are they? Still bleeding. Yeah, he just walked right onto lava with Ryder. Still having a couple of players in front of him. As all he needs to do is deal with that 1 player. And no, unsuccessful. Mr. Loki, the god of mischief. Does not have a lot of HP though. Still 1 with nature. Has to creep his way inside the circle. Now this is where Alibaba Riders also want to move in. And for 4 men sus, oh, things could get really nasty for either of them.
Alibaba Raiders, they want to get at least one of the knockouts on one of the players. But then he still gets caught. Chris OP knocked out.
Wow.
Alibaba Raiders, from having the most amount of advantage, now taken down to a 3-man squad. This is not a good news. So indecisive in these type of moments. They don't even exactly know where to go and how to move. But 4M, one thing is for sure. They're doing a lot of work against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Shanu rams his buggy into another one. There's Roman IGL in the front lines, and he's the only man who's left in the back. But yeah, eventually even he moves away and reunites with his teammates. For now, Alibaba Raiders, they just want to have a little bit of piece of the land inside of the zone. And Duke, he is the rising star. 23. Can he repeat that in 2024? That's my question. He's got an 8 cooking up in his hands. but then he switches back over to
Nice.
the M4. And eventually, one man is still found. Nicely done. 4 men suspicious. Now down to a 3-man squad. Now this is where the fight's going to be down to an equal ground.
Yeah, 3v3 situation, and Alibaba Raiders, they know they have to hold the door. And look at Ralph, just creeping through. Seems like Trax has no idea of what he's up to. But again, 4 men sus, still getting those rares back up, and Alibaba Raiders, they've gotten tunnel vision, and this could not end well for them. As from the backlines team, nope. They were getting a couple of finishes, but seems like they've also been dealt with. As Alibaba Raiders go in for the retreat, that's a smart move for now. But as the smoke will dissipate, that is when things would be a little bit more vivid for us. As Gravity from the backlines did try to take a couple of shots, but instead took some hefty amount of damage.
Kraken Esports, gravity's quite low. I mean, he's still got 2 first aids, but then the Molotov is placed to perfection. And Gravity's taking too much damage. Drop and roll, my friend, but then a nade to top it off. Icing on top of the cake, that's what the nade was. And now 4 men suspicious, they're back up with all the 4 players. A 4-on-3 situation against the players of Alibaba Raiders. And Alibaba Raiders, Roman IGL, he connects that perfect nade. 1 man taken down, Drax not inside of the game anymore. Even Roman, he gets another knockout. What is going on? This man is single-handedly taking care of every single person. And it's going to be Alibaba Raiders to come out on top. First game secured as expected.
Back with a bang, Necro. Regardless, especially considering how the entire final situation just brewed up for them. And I loved how they made those small little movements. And Roman undoubtedly has to be the MVP for me. The way he initiated that fight, every single time that fight began with 4 men suspicious, even after they lost out on Chris, he still kept the helm running for them. And I really like the fact that towards the end, that one grenade, he gets the knock, and the close range DBS,
Yeah.
that must have hurt for sure. But for 4 men suspicious, I felt like it was all about, trying to get Clutch back alive. And barring that, they weren't doing much. I felt for a moment they should have taken that control. They should have taken the driver's seat in the final few moments. Could have really made something work out from maybe the southern side, take a wrap around. But I think Roman did not give them enough time to retaliate back. But even with Team Noob, this is one of those teams that was in the thick and thin of things. They had been constantly fighting out for the southern side. But Lifecraft and Alibaba Raiders, the 2 teams that we were really focusing on, they delivered. But for 4 men sus, I think we also love them as well.
Yeah, 4 men suspicious, going back to that conversation, right? With the way they were positioned, it was looking quite nice. And considering it's just the first game, I guess we got to really give them the edge, right? We cannot be too critical at these players. It is their first time playing inside this entire competition. So I would say, considering it's the first game, that's a great start. All they need to do is just continue the momentum. And that's what we've been seeing a lot of the teams trying to do. 7 points per game, that's sort of like the average we have been calculating, right? And as long as you get the 7 points per game, you would still be in the good shoes. For Alibaba Raiders, getting that chicken dinner, yes, of course, it's like an icing on top of the cake, getting the extra bit of elimination points too. But then Lifecraft, even though they got eliminated so early inside the game, they still had 11 finish points. And they did not even get a single elimination point, single positioning point, by the way.
Yeah, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
They've still done majority of the heavy lifting. And let's take a quick look at the winning moment of the previous game. And by the winning moment, I think we mean how good Roman was. Towards the end, I think 4 men sus, they were dealing with the players of Noob, and you could see, right, Kraken Esports, they did not have any choice. Gravity just getting dealt with. But this one shot from Roman, look at that, up close and personal, right on the head. That DBS, it felt like a tight slap.
I mean, Roman got 3 knockouts within an instant. 2 with the nades and 1 with the DBS up close and personal. So it was pretty much Roman IGL being the MVP of that final fight, and that's why they secured that chicken dinner. Considering 4 men suspicious, they had the man advantage. They should have actually pushed up and be a little bit more proactive, but you could clearly tell it's a new team. They had the confidence issues. It is understandable. That's why I don't really want to be too hard on them. And I mean, it's pretty much the same thing that what I would have done as well if it's my first time playing that competitive circuit, right? So it is fine, but it's something that they need to improve on. When you've got the advantage, try to take the advantage of the advantage itself.
And it's kind of difficult to digest, especially coming out from you, because you've been the one who's been criticizing all these teams. But yeah, giving them a little bit of a leeway.
Second position is good, right? I cannot criticize. You cannot ask more from the first game.
For sure. I mean, you did give them that little bit of a leeway because ideally it was supposed to be their chicken dinner. But like said, that is the pressure that's kind of creeps up on you.
Yep.
And I think in Miramar and Sanhok, we're gonna get them to kind of open their wings up a little bit. But for Alibaba Raiders, I think the heavy lifting has been done. Now they can enter into that medal esports game mode where all they want to do is just go all out with trying and engaging in every possible fight they can do, like for Lifecraft, what they kind of tried to do in Erangel.
And one more thing I would like to point out is that Fallen Angels making that push against the opponents.
Oh, no.
I don't know what that was, but I'm pretty sure they wanted to get the elimination points, but instead they gifted themselves as the elimination points to the opponents. That was like 3 free points being gifted to the opponent right there. The man rammed in that buggy and then steps out inside of a pit of Molotov. So I don't understand what exactly they were trying to do there, but hopefully it's not going to be repeating, considering the room for error now is next to none. All the other teams that were not able to perform, they've got next to none room for error. So just make sure that you're performing well enough. Now it's time to find out the MVP, right?
Roman Igel for me. I don't know
Of
what the
course,
stats and figures might say, but
Maybe
let's
Viper.
find that out. Maybe Viper, but you know, for what he really accomplished there, getting the majority of the task done, surely he was the one who was carrying the torch. Everybody else was following, leading from the front. 6 finishes, 55% finish contribution. I think decent map impact also, because it was just not about Necro. I feel those finishes in the end. We did talk about how good Alibaba Raiders always are with their rotation, and it was quite meticulous. It was quite methodical. They knew when to split up from each other. They knew when to reunite, and it was Roman who was doing everything for his team there.
I mean, he is the IGL, right? Sometimes the IGL needs to step things up when his teammates are not able to do a lot. But Duke as well is another one of those players that is quite solid. In general, though, Alibaba Raiders did not really need to activate themselves because they got good positioning in itself. I mean, for the majority of the zone, they had a really solid position. Then later on, even when it come to repositioning, they easily got that reposition in the hands. They did lose out on one of their players, but it's completely fine. I mean, we got the top 5 performers, right? You've, of course, got Viper there with 4 elimination points. You've got Ryzen there, too, from Lifecraft with 4 elimination points wrapped up. Rider X Nub, you've got 3. And then you've also got Krish with Nub, who's got 3 finish points wrapped up. Now, point standings is something that's going to be the big icebreaker, because Lifecraft, they should be somewhere in the top 3 of these point standings. Well, they're actually on the 2nd spot itself with no positioning points.
This is quite ludicrous, quite harrowing for all the others, because imagine not even a single point and still at the 2nd position. Now, this is what this new point structure is all about, and Lifecraft, they are the epitome of it. But we did witness a couple of more fights. I think from the very start, we kind of saw Detonation Gaming be in a little bit of a kerfuffle over there, somehow managed to rescue themselves. But for LMS, gotta feel bad.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, LMS, they were just getting picked off from all the different directions. It's quite unfortunate, considering early game towards the Georgia Pool containers, things are looking really tough for them against Detonation Gaming. But then you also got to feel bad for Detonation Gaming themselves too. One of the players was not inside of the game later on, so it was quite rough. So looking at the latter half of the board, Team Supari Gang, or the Supari Gang, all the way at the bottom on the 16th spot with no points accumulated. You've got Culinary Esports with 0. Then you've also got NF Esports. I mean, you said Culinary means smart fox, right? And,
Yeah.
well, I guess smartness sometimes does not work out.
And really could not figure what happened to them. Last we saw them, they were kind of struggling around the northern control. They were struggling for that northern control, but could not get it. But for the Supari Gang, Necro, this is one of those teams that we've seen in the past.
Yep, we have, and it's something I do
this is
not expect.
acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. It's something I do not expect from them. And I really wanted Supari Gang to showcase the improvements, considering they're back inside of the pro circuit once again after a while, or at least inside of the official pro circuit after a while. And still, we haven't really seen a lot of improvement from them, or at least from the first game itself. Now, a lot of the audience might just say, hey, man, it's just the first game. Why are you being so critical? But, I mean, you've only got 2 more games to go.
And they're all returning team. So,
Yeah.
yeah, this time Necro will get to bash them. So for Supari Gang, I think the last we kind of witnessed was they were in the middle of nowhere fighting against various teams,
Yeah.
and I think that is how they fell apart.
That is how they fell apart. And the same thing happened to a lot of the other teams as well. The Supari Gang, you can also say the way they were trying to rotate inside of the zone, that's how even they got caught. I remember they only had 2 players remaining in the final few moments, and they were not able to sustain for that late game rotation too long. But ladies and gentlemen, the conversation will continue on the other side of this promo. That X suit, of course, looks amazing, and I keep on telling you guys to try your luck because the first spin of the day is only at 10 UC. So what are you even waiting for, Fixes?
I almost ran out of all my UCs. Every single day, I did kind of get a lump sum amount. And then every single day I've been going in for the spin. Did not get lucky with at least the Ignis Exo.
You know what? Give me a handshake. We're both on the same side, my friend. Even I'm not getting any lucky. But yeah, hopefully
you guys might
you
be
guys will be lucky,
Yeah.
because all it takes is 10 UC to sort of get the spin. And if you do get that, let's just hope, cross your fingers, that you actually do get something from that X-Suit. But yeah, moving on forward with the conversation. Right now, it's going to be the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
Alibaba Raiders, they're supposed to be pretty good on this map, but talking about the recent stats, it's been rough for them.
I mean, I just hope they get a chicken dinner in this one. I think they need to kind of establish that terror inside the lobby. And for Livecraft, I think we're all also getting so excited, especially you, considering what we witnessed in the previous matchup.
Exactly. I mean, we've got the matchup in front of us, right? Once again, these teams, or this group, will be playing forward. Detonation Gaming, the previous one, they almost won that fight, but then later on, unfortunate stuff where they got eliminated by another team. We also saw Alibaba Raiders playing really good. Livecraft, off the rip, they were just being super aggressive. So one thing is for sure, they've got the firepower, but it's all about being able to sustain a good spot inside of the zone. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of switch on the desk too. Now, Johnny's joining alongside with me once again. How you doing, Johnny?
I'm doing quite good, and I mean, feel even better after watching what Livecraft and Alibaba Raiders have been up to. Now, these were the two big names that we were looking forward to, considering Livecraft, they have been a part of the community for a long time. And again, I mean, this is one of those teams, just as we talk about talking about a few big names from the Tier 1 circuit, we talk about Kemen and likes of Insane, scouting new talents. Livecraft, they're the same. They run a scouting program, always looking for new players, and they always do quite well for themselves. Alibaba Raiders, I mean, the last time we saw this lineup in BGIS 2023 playing under the banner of Glitch Reborn, from there the journey has taken them to new heights.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the last few months were a little bit shaky, but today I'm quite happy with how they are playing. If you remember, the first few games in previous BGIS round 1 as well, we saw them win matches from that northern shooting range circle. So that is their area. They know how to dominate that northern part of Erangel.
Yeah, and pretty much the overall position they had, some are downline, even the zone was blessing them over and over again, right? In the final few moments, yes, I do know the circle shifted away from them a little bit. That's why one of the players was taken down while they try to reposition. But the way they challenged the fight initially was just wrong. That's why they lost that player. And then later on, they realized that, okay, it's time to re-engage inside of the fight, but let's position ourselves a bit better inside of the zone and then maybe think about the fight later on. And that's what they did. They positioned themselves better inside of the zone, and then they try to take a fight against the players of Foreman Suspicious, which of course worked out in the end. And Foreman Suspicious, even though they had the man advantage, I mentioned this while I was casting with Fixes as well, they should have taken the advantage of the man advantage they had, but instead they were just playing quite suppressed.
I mean, how does it matter? The chicken dinner is there, as the 11 finishes were there as well. They've gotten a grand total of 21 points already in Game 1. Now, I think 2-3 points in the next 2 matches, and they should be good to go for round 2. But I think Livecraft now, there is a little bit of heavy lifting that needs to happen, because they have 12 points for finishes from the previous match in this game of Miramar and in the Sanhok that is going to happen after this. Combined, they need like 8 points. So 4 per game is what Livecraft is looking at. But let's see, I mean, Miramar, it is about to begin in the next few moments.
I mean, Livecraft is playing like absolute maniacs, and I'm loving it. No matter what team stands against them, they're straight up just ramming their vehicles against them. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Miramar is on the screen. As the map boots up, and as we do see the plane taking off in the skies, and the plane flight path starts all the way from Ruins towards Pertrona once again. And this plane flight path is tilted heavily to the left side. If the teams do want to move in towards El Azahar, Impala, Puerto Paraiso, even Minas Generalis, it's going to be a really tough stretch.
Yeah, anything east of water treatment is a challenge that northeastern quadrant is completely denied. So from Torreamuda till truck stop, you can't even think about getting there directly. You're going to have to take that small off-drop, pick up a vehicle, and then move towards the eastern half of the map. But of course, we see Alibaba Raiders early exit towards El Pozo, and I believe there's another team that was looking to head towards El Pozo, but they've been forced out of it. And a good decision as well, considering you do not want to take that early fight against a team that won the previous match. It is Outfit who have been forced to play along the western edge of the map. We see 2 teams heading towards Taco Briera. I wonder if we are going to witness an early fight towards the northern half.
I wonder too. Team Sapari gang is up north, as you mentioned, towards La Cabrera. And actually, the team that was closer to them, they're just gliding away from that spot.
Yeah.
So, somewhere down line, they do realize it's not better to go for that drop clash. But look at what's happening in front of us. Foreman Suspicious, a team that was there till the late game in the previous one. This time, there's a chance they might just meet the makers instantly. Stark OG's got his hands on the gun while his opponent does not have anything, but he still stabs him to the death. He gets his hands on the machete, and he slices and dices him down.
Well, slaying, if you will.
Yeah, Foreman Suspicious somehow suspiciously keeping themselves still in the race in this fight. And now the man's also got his hands on the M16A4. Man, this is such a big blunder from that guy.
Yeah.
This should not have happened. Culinary Esports, the smart fox this time. I mean, not looking too smart.
Could not expect that, I think, running into the corner, but what a moment for Slayer, and what a big opportunity for Foreman Suspicious now. In a position where they could be the ones facing inevitable demise, they have turned the tables around. Culinary Esports and all the other players, I mean, they have decent weaponry available on them, so I think we are going to witness Culinary take an early exit in this match. They're being extremely cautious with how they're approaching this push as well. Do not want to make a blunder early in the game.
They need to be. Oh, what is he doing?
Wanted to grab the ledge, but
Yeah,
couldn't.
man's trying to do some insane parkour moves. I like that. Foreman Suspicious. I mean, he can hear the man. It's out of the window, tosses the nade. Slayer, though, it does not find anything. I mean, after being alive from such a situation, Slayer might just be feeling at the top of the game, that's for sure. But I don't like the stalemate now, Johnny. The longer it extends, the problem, they just keep on knocking. And Culinary Esports, I mean, this three-man squad, they can't still pull off the clutch. They do have a little bit of a crossfire going on, too, where they're trying their best to provide the cover to the man in the front. Oh, Foreman Suspicious. They could have just lost out on one more guy.
Yeah.
He's now trying to patch himself up, and Drax, it does not have a first aid. All he's got is the bandages. He's bandaging himself up slowly and steadily. He's got an M24 and M16A4. Both these guns are not going to help him that much in the up-close and personal battles. So, yeah, I mean, he needs to be super precise. The first shot needs to be at the skull for him to come out on top, considering the opponent's got his hands on the AKM, and that weapon can be quite deadly.
The AKM, the Vector, the shotgun, all with decent DPS. Especially that Vector in close combat, close quarters can be quite deadly. AKM, the base damage itself is quite high.
Oh, I would
no,
have done the same.
This is a mistake. Could have been much worse.
It could have been, but I would have done the same.
Yeah, that's why you're sitting here with me.
I mean, it's just so tempting, right? You just hear the player on the opposite side. You just want to go for that peek. You know you can get him knocked out as well, but then you do not know how faster the cavalry is going to arrive. That's why you still do not take the odds.
Still looking for that second opening.
Foreman Suspicious. Man, still in the back lines. M16A4 burst from the side of Drax. Just went for at least one of the players to pop out from that closet room. Everyone knows where everyone is positioned, but still it's all about going for the peaks confidently. And none of these teams are confident enough to go for the peaks, but I'm not a big fan of these stalemate situations too. As I mentioned, the M16A4 is not going to help you so much in the up-close and personal battles. And Culinary Esports, I mean, they were supposed to be the smarter bunch, but instead the opponents, they make them look pretty dumb.
Now it's just one man left standing. Wincy got. Oh, yeah, that is a favor. That is just kindness being displayed by the lads. But what is this? 2 knocks, 1 finish secured, and Wincy might have just brought his team back into this fight. It's down to a 1v2. He drops out the window. Oh no! I thought he was going to run upstairs and try and pick a fight, but he was trying to cross over for some reason and gets caught off. With 3 players just losing out on Slayer. And Slayer was the man who also recovered this entire fight by getting that first frag with nothing but a machete.
Those 2 punches in the gut, man. They must have hurt. Next zone. There's still a while to pop up. But yeah, for Culinary Esports. They're being eliminated this early. It's definitely quite a big bummer. Still, it's one of those times where every single team is just waiting for the next zone to pop up. But yeah, I mean, look at this, what we saw from Slayer. I mean, I did not think that Slayer's going to be able to stay alive for long enough.
Bobbed and weaved quite perfectly over there, and then I think the patience displayed by Foreman Suspicious over here was quite phenomenal. This was just Wincy, man. This was Wincy and Wincy alone. I don't think Foreman Suspicious, they made a mistake charging the way they did. Because, well, it's just a skinny little door. You can only go in one by one. You can't just charge all of the 4 players together. So, Wincy took full advantage of that. And luckily for him, his aim was, well, it was with him for a few seconds. Lifecraft, they've taken a nice little high ground close to the center of the zone as well right now. Right west of Power Grid. This gives them a big vision advantage from the top of this hill, but it also comes down to the fact that the zone stays on top of them till at least the late game. Ryzen did see the opposition from Team Extreme Noobs in the distance, but no shots fired. But Foreman Suspicious, 1 fight done and dusted, and they are looking forward to the next against the players of LMS.
Foreman Suspicious! The man's able to find the first. Clutch. Once again, swings the advantage in his team's favor. He's got a shotgun and an AKM to back him up. But I mean, still, the team that they're fighting up against is not going to be that one or that easy to swallow. LMS, they've already faced the brunt in the first game early off, and they do not want the history to repeat itself. And that's why LMS will do anything, do whatever it takes to survive this time. They've already learned their lesson. And they're already getting the fallen man back up too. The revive's there.
But it's going to be tricky. Clutch, he has seen the rotation. No wonder if Foreman Suspicious, they have any utility on them. As of now, it's a 3v3, but look at the radar. The 4th man from the side of LMS is looking to join the action soon. We see him in the back lines. Should actually be at the top of the hill over there, keeping vision of the opposing side. Just making sure his eyes are pinned on that compound, but gets spotted out by Foreman Suspicious. And again, we are at a standstill between these 2 teams. Although no incentive to move until now. Finally, the zone will reveal itself and it moves up north. Centered between Power Grid and El Pozo.
Interesting circle, right?
Yeah. And a brilliant read from Lifecraft, but they still lose a player.
I mean, with the circle, you can see a lot of the possibilities. I'm not talking about where it's going to be shifting on the overview, but I'm talking about the playing terrains. Before now, focusing back on the fight between the players of LMS and Foreman Suspicious. LMS, they're just waiting for at least one more mistake from the opponents. LMS, considering they got all the 4 players up and alive, and the players of Foreman Suspicious, they're dropping down bodies. That's not too good. I like this move from Torpedo. Pounces on the opportunity instantly, gets the confirmation followed up. Foreman Suspicious. Now their survival chances are looking really suspicious and dicey. 2 more players to go inside of the same compound. Utils being tossed. Shanu's position's compromised. This man's taking a lot of damage. He's got his hands on the shotgun, but he jumps on the opposite side. Shanu's now getting pressured on and pushed on by the 2 players at the same time, and he gets capitalized instantly. Too many players, the man gets overwhelmed, and now Foreman Suspicious, they're just down to that one last man alive. From being on the 2nd spot in the first game to getting eliminated on the 14th spot will be tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. But they still have Sanhok. Maybe if they get those finishes on the map of Sanhok, they can make something happen, but that's the last man clutch. Not really able to clutch out anything in this fight. LMS, a clean squad wipe for them.
He missed that shot, by the way, with the DBS.
Yeah.
And that's why he lost that duel. But technically, he should have been the one to win that duel, considering he was holding that staircase with the TPP.
Also, his name is Clutch.
Yeah.
Oh, Alibaba Raiders now. This is not where we want to see them. Lost 2 players already, and they are being hunted by the Supari gang.
And exactly what I said, right? Alibaba Raiders, they're supposed to be really good if the past on the map of Miramar, right? You remember all the way in 2023 in BGIS itself, Alibaba Raiders was quite solid. You can't say consistent, not solid. Really consistent on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
Whenever you saw this team, you knew that this team will be able to squeeze some elimination points and a decent amount of placement points at the back. But now the transition on forward towards 2024 has been rough. The recent stats say that Alibaba Raiders, they have been struggling on the map of Miramar, and the same thing happened over here too.
I think the struggles are going to continue as long as TSG is on their tails, but we saw the map a few moments ago in TSG. It looked like they were abandoning ship, or, well, abandoning the fight, and they have left some breathing room for Alibaba Raiders to work with. In the meanwhile, though, they find themselves spotted out by the lads from Outfit, and Outfit, they are being distracted right now by Detonation Gaming in the back line, so, again, an advantage for Alibaba Raiders to work with. Not really an advantage, but an opening for them to work with. And Detonation Gaming, of course, fiasco in the previous match. How do they recover? Big question. They need a big play. They need a big game in Miramar to bring themselves back into a position from where we can actually say that, yeah, there's a possibility that they move to round 2.
Now, 4 players in one single vehicle. It's like a points package just waiting to be delivered to someone else.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of this. Finally, they get their hands on the bus, so everyone's now going to be having a party in that party bus.
Yeah, I like it.
I like the skin too, right?
Same.
It is actually a party bus, and considering it is summer, that blue color just adds on that sort of, you can't say, the ocean vibes.
That's the one skin I want now.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a party bus.
Well, let's see what sort of party players from Shield Vanguard are planning, because they have spotted out NF Esports in the distance, but Lucifer slides into a corner where the opposing side will not have vision of him if he stands up. And this is a decent hill to control as well. The only problem is it is towards Picado, which is the southeastern portion of the circle right now. And if the zone takes a hard shift, there is a probability that these lads are going to be forced outside. And coming down from that hill is going to be a big challenge because they are surrounded.
Yeah. I mean, Shield Vanguard, the previous game, they did get a little bit of that spotlight upon them, but they were not able to survive for too long. One thing is for sure, this team is not shy to take the fights. They can go for the fights easily, but yeah, sometimes they're not able to stand their ground in the fights. You've got Team Nub in front of us, and actually Nub did quite decent in the first game. So, Nub, they're off to a good start. All it takes is the consistency. They've got the win in their sails. It's not that strong of a win, but still it is something. All they need to do is just keep on going with the flow.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady wins the race. We've heard that since long.
Yeah, but if you think about it, it's not going to work out this time. You know, there's like a second story to that. There's like another continuation to that. It's like a DLC.
An update.
Yeah, and like an update to that story. So apparently the story goes this way, right? So the rabbit challenges the turtle or the tortoise once again for the race.
For a rematch.
For a rematch.
Yeah.
I mean, the story is quite long. I'm not going to say the entire thing. It is quite detailed. It is quite fun. But this time the result is completely different. Of course, it's the rabbit who wins.
Yeah, but you have to win the first race over here to qualify for the second one. That's
That is
problem.
true. But for a lot of these teams, the first race was in 2023. Just like the rabbit, how he learned from his past mistake, a lot of the teams were supposed to learn from their past mistakes too in 2023.
But as we were talking about mistakes, and we were discussing the position of Shield Vanguard on top of that hill of Picado, the zone takes a hard shift up north, and all of a sudden, that cluster of 5 teams that were playing the southern edge are in trouble. TSG all of a sudden have the best position inside the game, along with Team Nub, and both the teams moving for the hills of Crater Fields. Alibaba Raiders, I think this is the one situation where this game works out for them. Just because they are down to 2 players, they took early control of that hill and they find themselves on the edge of the zone.
7 Edge chasing down one of the teams. I'm not sure what they're doing here, but I'm not a big fan of what they're trying to pull off. Kraken Esports Oh, they escaped the claws of death of 7H, but 7H, they're still constantly peppering down the players with bullets. And luckily enough for the players of Kraken Esports, they have tried to disengage, but they're not able to do so. They're not able to escape the claws. And 7H, they catch up. They get the knockout. And how can Kraken now disengage from this? 7H is of course going to try to press on the charges. But the problem is, while 7H is trying to chase down the foes, they're also missing out on the opportunity to get a better slot inside of the zone.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the problem is they don't know how to drive, because what was that? You already secured the knock at quite a big distance away, and alright. They just leave that man behind. Kraken, and free finish point for 7H. They are going to be quite happy receiving that. 2 players down, and Kraken, even that buggy lost a tire. Smoke coming out of the engine. Can't really go anywhere. They are going to get chased. And where they are, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to find a replacement for that vehicle as well. Right, there's one on the other side of the road, but do they get to it right now? Or do they wait for the blue?
I would say just get to it. The earlier, the better. No point in wasting time, because all the prime spots will be taken away from you, and then later on you would just be left out in the open trying to capitalize and compromise with the leftover spots and trying to make something out of nothing. We've got a little bit of a replay of a fight between the players of Lifecraft and another team that was there in the front lines. And unfortunately for Extreme Noobs, it did not really work out, considering Pasha was there. And Pasha is sort of like the clutch man.
Yeah. And of course, LMS as well. Ooh. The early wipeout, they were able to secure for themselves, taking down 4 men suspicious. In fact, 3 players from the side of 4 men suspicious, what was left behind after their own early fight. But here it is. Shield Vanguard against Lifecraft now. And Lifecraft, they have a brilliant opening to work with. All 3 players quite healthy. A leap of faith from Pasha as he falls. Drigger, his teammates, falls on the other side of the building. And Lifecraft, they're down to 2 players. They have 6 eliminations though.
They do. Lifecraft. Uh-oh, just these 2 players can actually be a big problem. Like thorn in the way, but then as soon as I say that, Pasha gets caught. The clutch man this time not inside of the game, but then you've also got the heavy hitter Ryzen himself. With the DBS, and it's the exact suitable weapon that Ryzen want to have in this clutch scenario. 1v2 can be pulled off. The nade was way too close. Ryzen now realizes it's better to reposition this time. Moves a little bit more closer to the man who's tossing the nades. Ryzen's taking some hefty damage. Drops down this time, wanting to take the fight up close and personal. But Ryzen is taking too much damage from the wall of death itself. Spots out the man who's moving up close and personal. Ryzen still not able to get that clear line of sight on the player, and the vehicle blows up in the nick of time. That was a good play.
Yeah, that was a good play. An indirect finish, if you will. Did not put himself in danger, just backed off, blew up that buggy, and knew that the finish was going to be secured because of how low the opposing player was. But Alibaba Raider is in a lot of trouble. Ralph knocked out Roman. He's right next to his teammate, goes for a revive as well, brings him back. But now you have to go up against the opposing side, Detonation Gaming. They have picked off 1, I believe. 3 players still left standing, so it's still a disadvantage for Alibaba Raiders.
I mean, look at the circle, too. This is why I said the circle was super interesting. It's all about the terrains. Yes, overview, it looks quite standard. But then when you look at the playing terrains, that's where it gets really spicy. Because the teams now will need to adjust. It will be a tough one for them to do so on the fly, but it is what it is. You got to adapt as a pro player. That is one of the most important things you need to do. Roman IGL and his teammate Ralph both taken down. I mean, considering they're already taken down with a 2-man squad, Roman IGL is going to be feeling that pressure, that's for sure.
There it is. What a brilliant control displayed by Lifecraft, but again, it was a 2v4 to begin with, so couldn't really do much. I think they settled for like 2 eliminations. That was all they were able to pick up from the side of Shield Vanguard, and that was very early in this fight. when Vanguard was pushing in for the slam.
Do you realize he accidentally shot that buggy?
Doesn't matter if it was an accident.
Man, I mean, he should realize how lucky he was, because all it takes is one DB shot to the face, right?
Yeah, but they had a backup plan, so there was one more player who was going for a flank, and
Yeah, but once again, he knew, right, that there's a flank coming through. So Ryzen
Yeah.
actually wanted to contest the fight in the front first, and then reposition instantly inside of that warehouse. But yeah, I mean,
I
considering
don't
the
think he
vehicle
could have
blew up-
done that. The flanking player was too close, Necro.
Yeah, but that's why he was also pushing up, right? So. But yeah, for now, Alibaba Raiders. With just a two-man squad, this team can definitely start to feel the pressure. NF, even they're taking a lot of the shots against the foes. They're actually getting some confirmed knockouts too, so this team is dealing damage. One team stuck outside of the zone. Bold Esports, not looking so bold after all, as IU, she's constantly spamming, and he finally spots that glimmer. And this time the spam's going to be perfect.
It was a game of Duck Hunt over there. Saw the opposition pop his head from the smoke, and he knew exactly where the shots were supposed to go. Bantai was knocked out. He has gotten a revive from X-Man in that shack, but NF, they look to move forward, and they face a hurdle in the form of LMS, who have been waiting for them on the slope of the hill right next to them. Ayush finally brought down in terms of HP, but first aid helps him to bring himself at least in a fighting position. LMS, they have to be careful. NF Baki along with his teammate, they are looking to go for a push, at least try and force LMS to get split up, stay there, while the rest of the team refocuses and closes in. They're looking for a few more points. It's not going to be easy though. LMS distracted by Vanguard on the other side of the hill. Shots fired, damage dished out as well, but no knock secured yet.
Oh, look at this. Sohail gets one of the players instantly. NFS for now, okay, but not doing too good. NF, considering they did get those elimination points in the front, they've gotten 2 secured so far before LMS. Man, it is going to be an uphill battle. It will be super tough to stand a chance against NF, a team that's got the high ground. And that's why you can see the players of NF instantly just pressing up on the charges. NF are like the bullies.
Yeah, and a perfect play as well. As I said, the intentions were quite clear. Split the team and then finish them off by isolating the fight. Perfectly played out. Too much pressure on the initial 2 individuals, or in fact the backliners from the side of LMS, forcing them to stay, and now even Torpedo can't go anywhere, and he's isolated. He's forced to face a 1v4 against the side of NF. And he sees all of them headed towards him right now, waiting patiently, armed with a UMP. But is this weapon going to be enough for those eliminations? That is the question.
Not a big fan of the strategy the players of NF are trying to pull off. It's like a package of points they're trying to deliver, but luckily enough, they find the crash perfectly. Straight up ram their vehicles in towards this building, and all they need to do is take down the players of Outfits, but Outfits, they're dealing some decent damage. DBS to the face. First knockout found. Baki's knocked out. NF though, still they've got the man advantage inside of this entire situation, and they actually do prevail. They shut down the man who got the initial advantage to the opponents. And now Sahil just looking forward to patch himself up. There's another man from Outfits themselves in the same compound, and he's actually going for the med strat. And that man wants to keep his position anonymous. He does not want the players of NF knowing that he's there. But yeah, unfortunately, the damage was too much.
He was knocked out, was taking the damage from the blue. The 2-2 split coming in from Outfits, not really working out. Too much pressure for NF. And NF, I think, again, they got very lucky that the edge of the circle allowed just a portion of that broken building to be in the safe haven. So they were able to get that revive in. They were able to get the heals in as well. And now they will move forward inside this game with all 4 players intact. But in about 30 seconds, 7th stage will present itself, while the blue zone will start to move in, and then we will have the 7th zone, and we are already down to 6 teams, 14 players in this matchup. But look, this is impressive. Alibaba Raiders still do manage to survive after losing 2 from their side very early in the game. But I think this might be it. 4-man squad from NF, and an in-form NF as well is going for a push, and Roman IGL, he's just cornered behind that UAS.
This is an interesting split from the side of NF, right? One man is still all the way across the streets while the three players are actually pushing up close and personal. Roman this time's not able to escape. He did find the first knockout, and just like that, the entirety of Volleyball Raiders, they come crashing down. The split from the side of NF, it's worked out perfectly, but then NF, while doing so, they've also lost out on one player. So NF now, they might just be taken down to a three-man squad, but the fallen man's back upon his feet if I'm not wrong. And yes, he is. He just needs to quickly patch himself up and then try and move inside of the zone, which will be a tough one to pull off considering the wall of death is constantly moving in. And look at what is going on. Team Supari gang at the top. They've got the high ground advantage and also the best position they can ask themselves to be in. But all they need to be wary of are the sidelines.
I don't think they need to be wary about anything. This is their game. They took very early control of these hills. There was one more team that contested while they did so, but Team Supari gang, they took care of them without even breaking a sweat. One last man left standing from the side of Shield Vanguard, and actually quite an impressive performance from this lad, because his teammates were also picked off very early in the game, and yet here he is in the top 3.
Oh my God.
5 players remaining, 3 from the side of Supari gang, 1 from NF, and 1 remaining from the side of Shield Vanguard. Lot of utility lobbed. He still hasn't found the knock, and he's out of nades now.
I mean, he's chipping that damage, but just a little bit of an overshoot. The man is just tossing the nades at the same direction and with the same speed. He should try to differentiate a little bit, but no, instead, he's just trying to be consistent with that.
Now that is a mistake right there where Nikhil is.
Yeah, Nikhil, I'm not sure what the game plan was, but at least he's still faded inside of the smoke, right? So I guess it's good.
Oh.
And now Team Supari gang trying to get the advantage and move up and sneak up, and they do so perfectly. Nikhil to sort of grab the attention, and the 2 players at the top, they just moved up. It's done for, ladies and gentlemen. What a game this is from the Supari gangs. We had a conversation about this team with Fixes, and while the Supari gangs were struggling in the game of Erangel, now they bounce back stronger than ever before.
Yeah, of course. I think 14 eliminations on the board, and the Chicken 24 points secured from this matchup. So an amazing performance, and of course we expected this to begin with. I think the fall that was there in Erangel was shocking to all of us. Like, what happened? This is a returning team. This is a returning name. They should be able to perform. And again, I think on Miramar, I have to say, to be honest, there was some favor granted to them by the gods of BGMI, because luck did favor them when the circle just shifted up on that Crater Fields hill. But apart from that, I think the way they were taking that fight, just protecting their numbers, protecting themselves, and of course bringing that high ground advantage that they had into play every single time is the reason that we see them walk away with 24 points in this match.
I mean, just like the Rabid, the Supari gangs, they learned their lesson from the past mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we wanted to see from the majority of the teams that are returning back from the in-game qualifiers. But unfortunately, not a lot were able to do so. But now the Supari gang, considering they got so many points secured, one thing is for sure, this team's going to be in that top 7. There's no issues regarding that.
Yeah.
The real question now remains is that can Lifecraft make it to the top 7 as well? Because they had 6 points. 12 plus 6, how much is that?
18.
That's 18 points.
Yeah.
They're still quite close. You never know, though. The cutoff can still be around 21.
Yeah, that means they need points, and it is
Yeah, just to
Lifecraft. They've been running into fights and securing 3 points at least without even doing anything about it. So I think it should be good, but yes, I do understand what you're saying. Anything can happen in Sanhok. You never know. A complete squad wipe at the start of the game, they get 0 points and they're out of the top 7. That can also happen.
Yeah, I'm loving that confidence from Lifecraft, though, considering it is also one of those teams that does not really have a lot of experience, but still showcasing a confidence like a T1 team. That is impressive. And I just want to see Lifecraft continue this confidence even on the map of Sanhok, but this time focus on getting the chicken dinner, maybe. That can help you sort of make a stark statement, and stark statement for the opponents.
Also, I mean, this move from Nikhil, the push that came out in the open, looking back at that, at the recap of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, my apologies, it wasn't a mistake, it was a play they were making. So Nikhil was the distraction that they needed for the other 2 players to move in and finish off that last individual from the side of Shield X Vanguard, and finishing him off allowed them the opportunity to focus on the last remaining player from the side of NF. So a mini play, but a big brain play nonetheless.
Yeah, I mentioned this during the cast as well, right? So pretty much that man was grabbing the attention, right? And the players at the top, they got the exact pounds they needed to sort of sneak up, and considering they had the DBS as well. So, yeah, I mean, they had the chance to come out on top, right? And
Very
AKM
true.
versus DBS, it's like one shot, that's all it takes. But now, shifting the focus on towards another team, which was going to be 7. And we saw the players of 7-2 trying to take a fight against one of the teams. They were trying to chase them down all the way from the blue itself. And I mentioned this too, 7Edge, they're being a little bit too confident. They're being a little bit too cocky in this situation. They should not be doing this. Instead, they should focus on positioning themselves in a better slot.
Yeah, there were 3 teams that went up north from the Picardo Hill, from underneath the Picardo Hill. 7Rs was one of them. Interestingly, Shield Vanguard was also there. Shield Vanguard, 7Rs, and the third team, all of them started to move together, but while the other 2 teams ended up colliding against each other, Shield Vanguard, they were focused on their rotation, and I think that was one of the reasons we see them finish in the top 3. But MVP of the game, we knew it, Nick Hill from the Supari gang. 6 eliminations secured, 43% finish contribution, and a map impact of 11%. So amazing performance from him, and in fact, amazing performance from the entirety of Supari gang.
That is true. Moving on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. And of course, Nikhil is going to be there at the top, but then you're going to find 7H veteran there too with 5 finishes wrapped up. So you can't say 7H was a decent game. They were trying to be a little bit aggressive, a little bit of a change in the tempo or pace, if you'd like to say. Vanguard there too. Of course, Vanguard had one of the last man remaining quite in the top 3 scenario, so even he's going to be there. Pasha from the side of Lifecraft is there as well with 5 finishes wrapped up. In general, you can see a lot of 5s on the board, and this is for the first time, right?
Yeah, this is the first time, but I think it will be interesting to see with one last game remaining how aggressive do these players get. I mean, a lot of them have the momentum already built up and the freedom to go all in, considering the big names that we were looking forward to have already pretty much brought themselves in the top 7. But ladies and gentlemen, the point rankings from this match, 24 points for the Supari gang. You have NF finishing second with 14, Shield Vanguard with 11, LMS with 7, 7Rs with 7 as well, and Lifecraft. I think this trend is going to continue. They want to qualify with no placement points, and I hope they do as well in the last game. If they can bring like 6 eliminations, that is a guaranteed qualification. If they get 3, then it's a maybe. So I think just to be safe, get 4.
The cutoff is going to be high, in my opinion, for this group, because look at the points over here, right? Even Shield Vanguard now getting 11 points. And then you've also got LMS getting 7 points. So that means there's a chance for Elements 2 as well to qualify. 7 Hours 2 getting 7. And Lifecraft, of course, is sitting on 18 points in total in the overall standing. So I think so inside of this group, the cutoff is definitely going to be high. Or I think so, right? Once again, I do not know. I'm not that good with maths. But latter half of the board is in front of us.
All depends on what the Sanhok is going to look like, because now the teams are quite evenly matched up. So I think you might be right. Maybe we are going to look at somewhere around 18 or 19 points in terms of qualification. But I think second page of the rankings, and I think a big letdown from Team Nub. I think that's it. I think Nub was the one team we were expecting to see how consistent they can be in this game, but unfortunately just 2 points on the board.
I mean, look at this, right? Nub and Foreman Suspicious, the first game of Erangel was pretty solid from them, right? So even they still have a chance to qualify.
Yes.
So that's why I said there's a high chance that the cutoff is going to be pretty high as well. But still, you never know, right? Maybe just one team just vacuuming all the points later on. It can be Lifecraft too, just winning every single duel that they take. There's a high chance of happening everything.
Yeah.
If you do ask me what my prediction is going to be, though, for this last game of the day, I would say Lifecraft.
Lifecraft with how many finishes?
I think so, at least 15 or 16.
15 or 16 finishes.
Yep.
Wow, so 26 points game. That is what you expect.
Yep.
You demand too much, Necro. You know that, right?
I mean, I know I do, but I still think so, considering with how aggressive they have been playing, they definitely can. But I also need to consider that it is the game of Sanhok.
Yeah.
But then it is Lifecraft too, so...
You know what? So, yeah, this is going to sound wrong, but I really do want something interesting to happen. And if Lifecraft make it through without a single placement points, that will be quite intense and entertaining to watch how it happens. But talking about entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, again, new stuff lined up for everyone by Craft in India. Let's have a look what's in store.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
You know, Johnny, considering I'm so unlucky, I should just go ahead and buy that Royal Pass,
Yeah.
right? Because even that looks super clean.
Exactly, and much easier to get yourself
Yeah.
a few extra skins inside of the game. So
It's quite cheap as well, so
Yes.
might as well just get my hands on that Royal Pass. And I would also get confirmed skins too from that, which look really good too. But yeah, now getting back to the conversation, right? Last game of the day and the last game for this group as well. And we have seen a lot of these teams who sort of do tend to give up because they know they have got no hopes, and instantly they just start to ram their vehicles. They just start to go for those early game actions. You think the same thing's going to be happening over here too?
definitely, I don't think there's two ways about it. As you mentioned, last-ditch effort for everyone. And of course, the teams that are struggling, they know for a fact, either they go all in, secure a lot of finishes, win the game and qualify, or either they just do what they were doing, end up making mistakes, and end up getting eliminated as well. So if you are put in a position like that, I think there's not a lot you can do. As we discussed, just go all in. Just go as aggressive as you can, pick up a lot of elimination points, and then maybe you stand a chance of moving into round 2 by being in the top 7. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Necro gave us his prediction before he left. He wanted Lifecraft to win a big match with 16 eliminations. Fixes, what is your prediction, and do you think Necro's prayers are going to be answered by Lifecraft?
So far hasn't really been the case, and pretty much he demands a lot.
Yeah.
And, just before this, we had the Royal Pass promo, and I promised him that I would gift him some UC, which I did yesterday.
You promised him the Ignis X suit yesterday.
Not the X suit. I promised him the Royal Pass, because that is something
Oh.
that you're gonna get for certain, right? And I'm starting to wonder, where did he spend that on?
You need to have a conversation about that with him, buddy. Apparently, he has already gotten his prize pool from you. But your prediction for this game, I mean, which team are you rooting for, and how do you think the top 7 is going to look like?
See, I really want LMS to brag one of those chicken dinners, because so far the storyline has been about the big teams just coming in and bashing others in the lobby. First game we saw Alibaba Raiders, the previous one it was the Supari Gang, and I somewhere feel Alibaba Raiders have slight advantage considering they might be sitting at 28, Supari Gang at 24. To make things more interesting, I think maybe somebody like the Vanguards or LMS, they have been showing those signs. And then we had the others, I think for Kraken also. So after Erangel, it was kind of a little bit of a fall off. So Sanhok certainly has to be exciting.
I think one more team I would like to add to this list is Team Nub. Nub did quite decent on Erangel, but then the Miramar sort of was a big fall off, just 2 points coming from that game. So Sanhok is very important for them, considering if they finish in the top 3 with around 7 to 8 eliminations, I think they should be in a position from where they can be in the top 7 and move to round 2. And Nub, again, is one of those teams that, I mean, with how they played on Erangel, I want to see more of them. And NF as well.
Yeah, for NF, we did see those signs that, yes, this is a good team, this can do wonders. But yeah, for top 7, all you need to do is get a chicken dinner. Something like Hunter Maximus did in the previous group, right? First 2 games, they were absolutely struggling. They were out of, felt like they were already out of contention. They come in, the circle favors them. And that is the beauty of this game. You never know. Because it was default esports, if you remember. They had such a good position. Everybody felt like this could be their game to win. And they threw it apart, the circle shifted away, and they could not even qualify. One more extra point could have done the job. So it could be anybody, absolutely, as we take it on to the rainforest, as it might get turned red pretty soon. But we were hoping for those boot camp battles, for those paradise battles. And ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, let's just head in through the flight path trajectory from docks towards that mall.
You know what, Fixtures, you were talking about bootcamp and Paradise Resort. I just want to remind you, we have been, it's the 4th day of us in round 1 in BGIS so far. We have had 8 different groups on broadcast, right? Only one time we have seen a fight in Painan till now. No fights have happened in Camp Alpha. No fights have occurred in Ruins. And these are big drop locations used by some of the best teams in the country. So you need to figure out how to survive in these spots right now before you move ahead and face them eventually.
I think the entire idea over here, Johnny, is that everybody must be thinking that all these hotspots would be contested. So I think the better idea is to just disengage. Now, look at this. Bootcamp, this for the second time, has been left vacant in the broadcast of the round 1.
Even Paradise.
Yeah, even Paradise Resort. So that kind of triggers that mentality between the players.
Yeah, and I think everyone was thinking the same thing, that maybe Camp Alpha Island is going to be empty. 5 teams glide west towards that island. Alright, let me correct myself. Not 5, 6 teams glide, because Alibaba Raiders on that Temple Hill are in fact joined by the side of Detonation Gaming. And they are able to kick things off in a favorable manner, secured a knock, but the trade is good for Detonation Gaming as well. But Alibaba Raiders raiding the opposing side, find 2 extra knocks. And the finishes are going to be Did I see a man in the distance from LMS up in the air?
Yeah, he's still gliding. He does not want to be a part of this anymore. He's like, I'm out of here. We just had a good game, and we do not want to fluster up. But for Alibaba Raiders, I think this is a dream start. And scouring through those terrains, trying to search for Idiot. Apparently has abandoned and has been forsaken by his teammates. And you could see that instant rage. They get deleted, and Detonation Gaming, they have that feeling in their bones. Maybe their journey in BGIS is over.
It got detonated by Alibaba Raiders.
Yep.
And I wonder if that name was picked for him by his teammates.
Let's not go there. I mean, it was not us who did the deed. He himself had all the opportunity, but for 7 hours. Now, again, this is one of those teams that we thought would come out with some bang. But it's been the other way around. It's been clobbered down left, right, and center. But even for Outfit, haven't really seen much from their side, have we?
Yeah, not much, not a lot. I mean, struggles with their in Erangel, struggles with their in Miramar, Sanhok is all they are left with. And 7 hours. No hesitation at all in committing to a fight or looking for an opening. Even though he doesn't have a helmet and just a level 1 armor. I think just expecting that Outfits aren't really going to counter-engage. His teammates aren't even in a position for cover fire. Voldemort needs to move up close to the window over there. But Veteran now. If he finds an opening, then it's going to be big. If he gets knocked out, then it's a throw.
They're playing as if there's no tomorrow.
Yeah. Which is
Ampio.
good.
Yeah. For Outfit, however, Ampio had a decent spot. Now he's looking out. He's that flank. And even Savage now has himself positioned in a good way. But if you take a look at the mini-map, you could see, right? 7 hours, they're slowly but surely starting to take control. They've got some nice loot. Veteran, you cannot afford to do that. Not so much out in the open.
I wish we could get to see the map over here because, I mean, as you mentioned, Outfit, they are cornered into this city. In 7 hours, they have good control. They will be able to fall back and get that loot in. But in the meanwhile, the Safari gang still looking for more frags. And they head on and execute the opposing side over there. Make it look easy as well, but need to be careful. Extreme Noobs, I believe, has been wiped out from this matchup. And yes, the whole team taken care of. But finally, we see Foreman, Suspicious, and LMS. Now, this fight is happening not too far away from where we saw 7 hours and Outfit collide. So all of the commotion from either sides is going to be heard by all 4 teams, in fact. LMS, though, they have lost 1 player. And Foreman, Suspicious, they will have an advantage if they come across LMS again.
I wish somebody could whisper in their ears that Camp Alpha is quite stacked up.
Yeah.
They somehow managed to escape the wrath of Alibaba Raiders, but eventually came under the clutches of Foreman Suspicious. Now, this is one of those teams does have a good chance of making it to round 2 by the virtue of how good they were in the game of Erangel. But we have been seeing those storylines, Johnny. The teams that perform really well in Erangel, they kind of tend to fall apart in Miramar, eventually to somehow find themselves back in Sanhok. And yeah, Alibaba Raiders, they've already qualified. The Supari Gang, they have also done their deed, even for the likes of Lifecraft. So the 3 teams that we were looking out for, I think we're going to see them in round 2. But also about the underdogs, the new boys on the block. And LMS is one of those teams that I was really hoping to see something more out of. And with just 2 players surviving, things aren't looking easy for them.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But I think it was all ruined when the game began as well with the drop. As you mentioned, too much clutter in that Camp Alpha Island with Alibaba Raiders and DG taking that Temple Hill. And after that, LMS, that first early exit handed out to them. The second man just falling a few moments ago to Foreman Suspicious. But look at how Foreman Suspicious was moving along the western shoreline of Camp Alpha Island. Quite an interesting play over there. Can come across Alibaba Raiders. Will have a high ground advantage, but oh my goodness, wow. What a nade! Voldemort, that's not Harry, it's just poor old Gambit over there.
Did not need to conjure the spells out there. Abracadabra thrown out of the window. It was just that one grenade. As Savage will find some trade. 7 hours. Again, they initiate a fight in a very beautiful fashion, but somehow oblivious of the surroundings and start getting punished.
And when talk about punishes, counter nade from Savage. If he finds an opening, it could be big. Bringing the numbers in the favor of Outfit. Oh! Wow, barely survives. Stucking behind the corner over there. Voldemort still alive. Shadow, though, hasn't been revived and brought back into the fight. But as he runs indoors, Outfit end up making a mistake. Isolated fight given to the opposing side. And 7R, it looks like fixes. Your demands are going to be met in this match. We might just finally see them pop off.
I hope so. Still a good start. And now look at how Red has been isolated inside the little room.
Can't even leave.
Yeah, can't even leave. But considering the fact that the mollies had been deployed and again walking on those eggshells, it's made so much of those noise. As now 7Rs taking their sweet time to somehow rejuvenate in this particular situation. Savage, he had his position compromised.
Yeah.
So Team Outfit, they now are in a whole world of trouble, just on the cusps of getting eliminated. And this would also mark the exit from the BGIS. The dreams getting shattered. Red is trying to hold on, has that DBS on his hands, but helpless as he gets mercilessly wiped out. And now only one player remains, Savage, and he cannot be a Savage at this point. He has to retreat.
Yeah, he's trying to run away, and of course, another fact of the matter is that the zone has shifted away from these teams. There is the southeastern edge of the Camp Alpha Island that is still in the circle, but I don't think it's going to stay there for long. And 7R, they out on the hunt. Savage, he stayed back. He's looking for the frags and reveals his position, but it's a 1v4, and it is Veteran who finds that opening. Of course, he's a veteran. Easy frag for him, but Fallen, are they going to fall? I think so. And yes, they do. TSG, they surround them from every single direction and make the squad wipe look easy. Supari gang already up to 8 eliminations, and we are only at the second stage of the game.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When did this start rolling?
I think they're at the start of the game, man.
8 finishes already. That equals taking down 2 squads.
You know what's more important question? How do you find 8 eliminations when you are in docks?
Yeah. I don't know.
Since when did teams start going towards that southeastern edge, man?
We've seen that happen in the BGS,
but
especially
3 teams?
Yeah, 3 teams. We've seen 2.
Yeah.
And this time, 3 was the number, and Supari gang. Yeah, somebody hired those mercenaries, or they decided to just act upon themselves. And this is absolute brutality, what they're doing to the lobby.
Yeah, and I also think they are supposed to be the mercenaries.
Yeah. But somebody needs to pay them off.
Hence the 2 crore in prize pool.
Ah, that's a nice incentive. For sure. But now, coming back to this, Alibaba Raiders. Look at how they're slowly surrounding the players. Foreman Suspicious. This is again one of those teams that inflicted a lot of hurt. It was a fight against LMS as Ralph OG. He's creeping up. That grenade might ricochet and clutch. He might be in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, though. Alibaba Raiders, Chris OP is the man. The flanker knocked out first. Duke falls as well. And out of nowhere, Foreman Suspicious hold a big advantage in this fight. Alibaba Raiders, they have pretty much qualified already, so they are looking for those extra bonus points, but I don't think they are going to find any extra points from this fight. Or maybe I am wrong. Slayer dropped extremely low. And Slayer, he's going to be spot. He takes his sweet time going for the peak.
What?
Roman, my man. Second knock also found. Brings the numbers down to 1. And out of nowhere, the fight has been completely turned around into a 1v1 between the surviving player from the side of Foreman Suspicious and Roman IGL from Alibaba Raiders. You remember the last BGIS, this was the one individual who, well, you could say he was the rookie of the year.
No, I think it was Duke.
I mean, Roman was also phenomenal.
Yeah.
But at this point, I think it's going to be a struggle to clutch this 1v2. Foreman Suspicious also looking quite solid inside of the match.
They've been averaging out on those points. 4 points already secured and gave enough room for the players of Foreman Suspicious to breathe, but still finding a little bit of an angle, threading the needle over there. Would want to lob the Molotov. I think the Molotov should have come before, because it does have the ability to break those doors. 5 finishes now already going well, but now he's running out of those utils, those throwables, and he needs to make this grenade count.
It goes in. What an amazing accuracy with the throwable, but unfortunately it does not connect. So Roman, he's going to have to take matters into his own hands. It's on a bandage, not enough heat. Oh no, he has nothing for this fight, does he? Either he goes in with the DBS, connects 2 headshots and secures those frags instantly, or he goes down in a blink. Luckily for him, Foreman Suspicious also have no throwables on them, so both the sides basically committed everything in that 4v4.
At least the good thing is that Foreman Suspicious have those extra first aids. Now if both these teams are going to just take their own sweet time, Roman, he needs to make that first movement. His position completely compromised, and Foreman Suspicious, you could see that doubt in their head. They're scared to death at this point. And in situations like this, you tend to make those mistakes.
Yeah.
But Roman, he stood the test of time. He knows exactly how to deal with situations as such. Still one with nature though. Still not moving much. Still not creating those sounds.
Well, no sounds given over there, but I think Bold Esports, they heard the sounds of Culinary Esports, and I believe, alright, 3 players have fallen. It's a complete squad wipe. Before we even get there, it was the last man that was left standing, and he was pretty much surrounded from every single direction, so nowhere left for him to run. Wolf was knocked out as a trade, but again, it's a clean survival. 2 brought down to a 1v1 by Roman IGL, and it's him against Clutch from the side of Foreman Suspicious. Roman now confident in his skills, goes for the push. Switches over to the DBS, distance a little too much to work with. Clutch waiting around the corner, and Roman gets the frag. 5 finishes for the man, 7 for Alibaba Raiders. See, patience.
Yeah, we did touch upon it, didn't we? In situations like this, he's been the man to rely upon.
Yeah.
And since his teammates have been a little careless, he's the one that's been carrying the torch.
A few moments ago, he had nothing. Now he has new armor, new helmet, a nade, 6 smokes, a Molotov, 6 first aids, 1 painkiller, and 4 energy drinks. Loadout complete. And everything you could want.
And guess what? He's cleared off the Western Island, so will not have a lot of difficulties trying to move inside the circle. Still, stage 3 is doable with the amount of boosters he has on him. But for the Supari gang, look at these boys go. 8 finishes already secured. And to make matters worse for the others, they've got all 4 of their players alive. But look at this shift. The gods of BGMI have graced, and seems like Necro's prayers have been answered. Yeah. Could certainly be a high fragging game for Lifecraft if they put the pieces together.
If they win this game, we're going to have to hear it from Necro for a while.
Yeah, quite annoying though, with all that flex. You know what, guys? I told you. I told you.
And there is a very high probability that Lightcraft actually do take this game now. Their firepower is solid. The position in the circle will be uncontested because it is open areas there. Southern side is a hill. They will be able to gatekeep any teams entering from the south. Northern side is where 7 hours actually take their position. But this was the fight. Bold Esports against Culinary.
Yeah, for Culinary, considering a couple of moments ago, they were kind of holding down the southern bootcamp hills. For a moment, I felt like they could replicate what Hunter Maximus did in the previous game. But the first game did not go the way they wanted. The second game did not go as they had planned. And everything good about that team was their name. Smart Fox is what they love calling themselves. But seems like in this jungle, Fox has never ruled.
But I have a question, Fixes.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what does the fox say?
What?
I have no idea as well.
You know what?
Yeah.
I need to say something to you, Johnny.
Yes.
Stop spending time with Necro.
I don't think that's going to happen. Not anytime soon, but let's focus back on the game. Kraken Esports.
If you do not want your brain cells to die, but sure. But getting back, like you said, we've got the players of Team KG. They've got Davin having spotted out a couple of those players trying to take a few of the shots, but haven't really converted. Kraken Gaming, the first Erangel game really went well for them, but Supari gang, alright, the mercenaries were out on a hunt and seemed like they were hunted.
Yeah, they just got annihilated in a matter of seconds, and I think a few extra points were stolen away from Lifecraft over there. But a big play from Lifecraft, points come towards you, you never say no. In the meanwhile though, Vanguard run into a trap, but they handle the situation beautifully. 1v1.
What?
And he still survives. Well, it was a 2v1, my apologies.
Uh-huh.
Good cover fire from Catboy.
I can't comprehend what's going on right now. Every single fight just breaking out and Lifecraft enjoying everything, just simmering down for themselves. This is a game set up for them as Catboy is going to try his luck. Quite sneaky with that suppressor on that M4. I'm pretty sure the opposition has no idea where he came off. And Cats usually do not make a lot of noise. Should not have trouble escaping, but the big question, the big hurdle for him is going to be how on earth is he going to make it inside the circle?
Yeah. All alone. He's stuck. Well, luckily for him, he's not too far away from the edge. I think it's just a few meters, or maybe he might be inside the safe area already. But giving away his position to NF, I think it will come back to haunt him in a few short moments. Luckily for him, one thing that can work out in his favor is NF will get too eager to go for a push towards the Lifecraft compounds, and that could be a mistake. But no, Catboy, he is the lad on the move and presents the sacrifice to the players of Lifecraft. He's been allowed indoors, and even Ryzen is looking at him. What are you doing? Why are you here? Is this man looking to join our team? And I think he has been denied entry.
And I mean, the good part was that Ryzen did not get spotted off. Had Catboy just swinged, this could have been a game gone wrong in multiple proportions for Lifecraft. But still, everything set up for them. 7 hours also having a decent position. A little bit of those ridges to play around. Some nooks, some cranny as Roman IGL finally gives his life away. It's been picked off. But still, Alibaba Raiders quite happy with what they've accomplished from around here. Lifecraft Viper going all out and bold. Definitely not bold anymore. Just broken, shattered into pieces.
Yeah. One after the other, they fall, and Rigger, he'll be quite happy with the damage that he has dished out. But Lifecraft, 11 eliminations already secured. And they are in the top 4 as well. 14 players still alive. 6th stage just starting off. And the blue zone, it's going to start to move in about 30 seconds. And Lifecraft, they are the only team that are in the circle right now. They are the only team with cover available to them. So there is a possibility that this game ends before we hit stage 7.
Surely this does not happen. We've seen situations like this in the grind previously. And a team that was holding down to the center eventually got picked off. I think it was Team Forever.
Yeah.
Who stole the chicken away from them. And
Yes.
for Lifecraft, you would not want to have a similar occurrence as NF. Now, this is one of those teams that you were looking out for, Johnny. And seems like if they play their cards right, they could maybe qualify.
You know what? NF is giving me the same vibes we got from Glitch Reborn the last time they were here.
Uh-huh. Last game qualification?
Yeah, and I mean, you mess up early, you make mistakes, but the next game you start taking your sweet time before you make a single play. NF started to do that in Miramar, but we'll come back to that in a bit. 7 hours, it seems like a big blunder from them. A desperate move to go for the circle, and they slip up Lifecraft 3 knocks secured. It's just down to Voldemort. He's trying to survive the Molotov to delay the push, and Pasha, he is very eager to go for this fight. Expects Voldemort to be on the other side of the shack, but he has gone indoors, in fact. And LMS... Wait! Torpedo! He's stealing the finishes, Fixes!
Oh no, this isn't supposed to happen. Oh my god!
He's stolen everything! Torpedo! Is this going to be a 1v4? Lifecraft, all of a sudden, they're down to the last man. It's just Ryzen. Or will it be NF's chicken? This game is brought down to an even odd between these three teams. Ryzen, he still has to take care of one more player before we can comfortably say that it's down to a 1v1v1. Where is... Alright, Torpedo did get finished off. Voldemort still survives though.
Still 3 players. Still 3 teams in contention right now.
Yes.
Ryzen is going to fight against the world. NF, they do have some assistance though. But Ryzen cannot really rule him out. Throws that stun grenade. Needs to back off. But he's aware. He's getting surrounded from multiple directions. Now it just gets worse. As Voldemort from the backline, 7 hours. They've been fighting from the very start. No. You're not supposed to make mistakes like this. You're supposed to just hold on. Let the fight simmer.
And I think with this build-up, Voldemort, if the nade connects, he might just end up helping out Ryzen. But it does dish out damage. Alpha extremely low. Ryzen, he's prepared around the corner with the DBS spots. The man takes him down. First of the 2. Last man hiding behind the smoke. Ryzen, will he go for the peak? Could be a big mistake. He does not have any HP on him. But no, NF, they get eliminated from this game. Now, the match is between 7R and Lifecraft. And Ryzen confidently peeks outside. Dual jiggles from either side. But with a pixel of HP, 7R Voldemort ends up winning the chicken dinner for his team. And what a clutch if you think about it. He went up against the entirety of Lifecraft. He was the only survivor in that fight. Then, out of nowhere, Torpedo from LMS shows up, helps him out a bit by taking down 2 players from the side of Lifecraft, and Voldemort thanks him, thanks his generosity by winning the chicken for his team. What a way.
The Dark Lord rises.
Yeah.
And Harry Potter absolutely subdued in this case, of course, was Lifecraft Esports. We loved every bit of what 7 hours accomplished. Right from minute 1, it was a fight they had to engage in. And we were talking about this. Their journey has been quite rocky in the first 2 games. Suddenly in the 3rd game, they cast some spell. I don't know what they did. Get the chicken dinner, break through the doors of qualification, and we're going to see them in round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's an impressive performance from their side. And of course, I think one position where Lifecraft wasn't lacking was finish points. Even in this game, I think 12 to 14 finish points.
14, yeah.
And
I think
of course,
16, maybe higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out. It is
whatever, a lot of
digits,
finishes.
A lot of finishes. Lots of finishes, ladies and gentlemen. But along with that, I think huge round of applause for that individual, Ryzen, in the end. The amount of composure he was able to maintain in that last moment was incredible. 2 players from NF pushing. You know your back is compromised. As you said, he was surrounded. Because imagine if the decision from World of War was different. What if he was eyeing out for Ryzen and not NF?
I think Ryzen was very cautious, as like you said. What he did was get that first knock. He switched his perspective, but he got some assistance from Voldemort as well.
Yes.
We were constantly watching Voldemort lobbing those grenades. Suddenly one of those other players of NF, who was supposed to push in tandem, decided to think otherwise. They did not do that. And as a result, they got eliminated from the backlines. But NF, again, this is also one of those teams that did come out swinging in this game of Sanhok. But the big question still arises. Was it enough? Did they garner enough points to qualify to round 2?
I think it's going to be a big question, and luckily for us, we don't have to wait too long to find the answer to this question. I mean, in a few short moments, we will have the overall ranking, so we will know if NF make it through. But one thing is for sure, I mean, Lifecraft this time, they are on a mission. They are on a path of war. LMS, along with them, doing quite phenomenally. They have been one of the consistent performing teams. Supari Gang, this game, quite unfortunate series of events for them, especially that push towards Lifecraft was something we did not expect a play like that, because Lifecraft took control of those shacks very early on in the game, and I think even the teams in the surrounding knew that there's a 4-man squad holding on to those compounds, so no one went for the push. But Supari Gang, they did not seem to care at all who was there, who wasn't. They just wanted to take a fight.
It was kind of a blink and a miss situation for Supari Gang. They decided they are going to go all out. And once again, when we take a look at the winning moment of this game, just makes it even more special, right? This is what I was talking about. The moment the player got knocked out, you should have understand the information should have been relayed. Yeah, Ryzen is at very low HP, and Alpha, he had all the options, all the avenue, but little did they know, he kind of got tunnel vision. And when he could have easily taken down Voldemort or could have just pushed over Ryzen and still held on to that man advantage. But this is where, you know, Johnny, the pressure really starts taking over. And in those moments, you kind of start to question yourselves. Ideally, in any other day, they would not have made these mistakes. But I just hope this does not come back to haunt them once the overall standings are out.
Exactly, because I mean, so during the action, I did miss out on how that last individual was finished off. I thought maybe shots through the window from Voldemort connected because he was low already.
Yeah.
I did not know he actually ran out in the open like that. Now, that is a big decision-making error right there. And, well, it does not even matter. The match is over. I think let's find out who is the MVP of this game because a lot of players are contending for that position. Finishes handed out left, right, and center. And it is the Dark Lord himself, Voldemort, who is the MVP from 7 hours, 6 finishes secured. 55% finish contribution and a map impact of 10% in this game. So an incredible performance. Might not have taken over Hogwarts, but definitely did take over Sanhok this time.
At least onto the battlegrounds this time around in Sanhok, like you said. But yeah, 7 hours securing this chicken dinner have replicated something like Hunter's Maximus did in the previous group.
Yes.
And as the story still prevails, that if you have the best position inside the circle, everything is out there for you. Yeah, there are chances you could fluster up that chicken.
I wonder how upset Lifecraft will be. They missed out on 4 points.
I mean, they still have qualified, but
For sure.
yeah, a little bit of a confidence booster if you would have ended up top, which is still out there, right?
I think they will be top.
Could be.
Yeah. Let's look at the points.
Alibaba Raiders is still there. 7 finishes in this game also.
But they took an early exit. Placement points is where they're lacking. So a lot of calculation and fixes. We are not good at maths. We know that. So let's just have a look at the rankings that are much easier for us to see and calculate. So Lifecraft Esports, they end up finishing first with the all thanks to the 16 eliminations. For sure, 22 points in total and 7 hours, 21 points secured, and the chicken dinner as well. Quite a brilliant performance from them. Supari Gang, they went berserk early game. No placement points, but 9 finishes were picked up.
Yeah, I think for Supari Gang, Alibaba Raiders, the Lifecraft, qualification is already there. They've made it. But for NF Esports, this 8 points, I think could have been much higher, could have been 13. And that could be the difference.
Yes, it could have been. Definitely. NF could have done so much better in this match. And one more team I'm worried about is Foreman Suspicious. At this point, just 4 points secured from this game. Let's move forward to the next page where we have Kraken Esports with 3 points on the 9th position. Shield Vanguard with 3 points on the 10th. Detonation Gaming, 2 points on 11th. I think Nub is out now. All of that hard work done in first game, I think it's just vanished because even the Miramar wasn't good for them. Not even that good. It wasn't good either. Not good, simple. Extreme Noobs, another team I'm worried about because first match was interesting. Miramar was, they did secure a decent number of points from Miramar, but yeah, Sanhok is a big blunder, so no points from this match.
Johnny, what about Shield Vanguard? They had a good game in Miramar.
Yes.
Decent one in Erangel, and now a fallout in
they might
Sanhok.
barely make it through. Let's not put pressure on our heads fixes. Let's just have a look at the overall rankings instead, which is, well, it'll be on our screen soon, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, top 7 moving forward to round 2. Lifecraft Esports finish at number 1 with 40 points. Alibaba Raiders on the 2nd with 33. Supari Gang on the 3rd with 33 as well. And 7 hours on the 4th with 30 points. NF, they push through. Fixes, you were worried about them. But turns out 11 finish points, 11 position points. Maintain the perfect balance and move forward. Vanguard also make it through. With just 7 points, which is incredible. 22 points total tally. And last but not the least, Foreman Suspicious, they make it through with 18 points. The total tally on the board. And of course, I mean, this is where we were talking about the cutoff being slightly high. It is a little higher in comparison relative to the rest of the groups. But, I mean, congratulations to these 7 teams that have gotten to move forward. Team Nub, I'm worried about Team Nub. 14 points. If we talk about the top 32 teams as well moving forward, I think they might struggle over there as well.
I think for the top 32 teams, the
need
cutoff
15,
would be
16
somewhere
points.
around 20. I guess that the very highest. At the very least, I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
But then again, this marks the end of round number 1.
Oh, yes.
We started off with 1,048 teams, and only 480 will be making it to round 2.
And guess what? We will get to re-witness and in fact rejoin. We are going to be rejoined by the teams from the grind itself.
Yes.
So that is another variable that has still not presented itself, and of course it might just catch a lot of these teams that move from round 1 to round 2 off guard, because I mean the grind was a different deal entirely. But round 1 itself, I mean, it's raised a lot of hopes in my hearts for these undergods. What are your expectations for round 2?
I enjoyed every bit of
Yeah.
round 1. Every single day we found our storylines. We had our big boys. We had the underdogs. Everyone doing so well. So it's impressive.
Of course, but as you mentioned, round 1, ladies and gentlemen, does come to an end. With that, our show for the day as well. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys follow Crafton India Esports on their social media handles, and of course subscribe to the YouTube channel, and make sure to tune in next week when we fall back with round 2, ladies and gentlemen, of BGIS 2024. Until then, take care. Good night.
sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।